Hey, Danny, you're number one, the only one, therefore, number one. I was singing today because I didn't think of a song, although I'm sure I will as we go along. Hey guys, I'm gonna sign in to see if I can get quotes. Okay, quotes. Nixie 156.37. Nixie was as high as 179 today. The volume is 176. Let me see if I can show you a chart on Nixie. I don't know if I can. I'll do it later on if this doesn't work. We'll see if it works. But to me, that pushing upward is a sign that Nixie, something's going on. Look, I'm reading tea leaves. But I think a moment, maybe not the moment, but a moment of inflection is coming for Nixie. A friend of mine sent me this. He accompanied it by saying, boom. And I agree. This morning it broke out. It looks like it broke out. And now it's just drifted down into support. I think it's a good opportunity if you don't own Nixie and you want to. I can't give you I don't know your financial situation. I think it's a good time to buy Nixie if you're so inclined. You can see a sort of a pennant there that it broke out of, tiny, I admit, and it's come back down to that. That becomes support. So I would expect Nixie to close higher today. And tomorrow, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, it's how it looks to me. All right. And then finger looks pounceable. 176, 179. It's as high as 183. The volume is what amazes me in finger. Since Friday, the volume has been really out. Where's it coming from? Type volume. And when I spoke to him earlier, he indicated it might be Fidelity doesn't want to be caught with their pants down. So finger looks like it's gaining some cojones. GBUX sucks as ever. That sounds like Meghan Markle. But that's what they say in the UK, as ever. Lion was on last night, and of course, he pointed out the Madonna's breasts of GBUX's chart, Madonna's bra, but he did say he thought it could go to 2. Maybe he'll be right on that as well. And then Railtown is down. Railtown's down to 29 cents, 0.2888. And that covers these 4 stocks. And then, of course, I still have GTII here at 9 cents. Please stop buying GTII for the time being. It's just ludicrous. I mean, there's always a small chance you're going to be right, but it's just by luck. It's not by smart investing. So right now, with an hour to go in the market, Don't sell your, do not sell your Railtown. Do not sell your Railtown. My opinion. You've waited this long, might as well wait a week or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever it takes. The stock being down, I think, is impatience. If there were something wrong with the deal, it'd be 15 cents. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong. So I just, I've so many times described it. Woman, it's not true. How's it go? I wanted a woman, never bargain for you. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Because the soul of a woman was created below. Dun, dun. You guys grew up with Britney Spears. You're not going to have these kind of songs rattling around your head that you forgot all the words to. You can't. My drawing is so bad. But Railtown has been friends and family, angel round, R&D for 4 or 5 years. A lot of money. They have their product, so they're in the stage of marketing that product. They're going to get customers, revenue, and all of a sudden this thing that's fledgling becomes a teenager and in athletic terms, then it becomes 27 years old, and you have this value creation, and then an acquisition will be done at a arithmetic ratio, maybe 15x. Sorry, not X is the wrong word, but based on a 15% growth in revenues over time. This is the hockey stick phase. In my opinion, we're waiting for this. This is where a buyout comes in Railtown. We already know they already announced something that seems even more aggressive than that. But I think when it starts getting the news fully out there, you're looking at 10x on your Railtown. I don't know why you should sell it. This first, it's not going to go. It could go like a, Elon Musk Starship, or it could go like a Katy Perry faceplant in the initial stage. So in other words, maybe it only goes to $1. It's still a great trade. Make your decision then. You've waited this so long on Railtown. If you're so impatient, make your decision. If you can stand to wait, I don't know, another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, make it when there's some information to make it with. That's how I feel about Railtown. And I think Railtown is the most attractive of everything I've talked to you about. If you had new money, it should go there. When you combine the risk reward, I don't think there's very much risk in Railtown. When you combine the urgency, I think it could be soon. I don't know. And when you compare it to how high it could go quickly, I think Railtown's the best story out there. The second best story, because of its immediacy, I think is Nixie. It's down right now. It punctured through. It broke through this morning. I think this is the normal pullback, and it's a good time to buy. I think we'll know everything we want to know about Nixie over the next fortnight, approximately. Can always get out as you learn more. GBUX is a short squeeze story. Um, uh, I'm starting to get a little worried again that it's all the way back down here, but I don't want to turn negative on it. It just is now my third choice. It could still happen. It could still be, and I believe that. I'm not trying to be negative at all. It could still be that there's going to be a buy-in and a short covering. However, it's starting, to me, it's starting to behave like the shorts believe anyway, that their shenanigans might change the price of the deal. I don't know. So that little unknown. But it's it's a very attractive price at 286. Bear in mind that Lyons said it could get down to 2.25. I think he said, if that's by memory. But that's my third choice. It's urgent too. Could happen over the weekend. GBUX could happen over the weekend. Finger is my fourth choice right now, not because I have any lack of love for it. Most of you already own it. I think the volume is massive. It's impressive. This stock seems to be breaking out, as I showed you on my chart last night. And probably has more to go in the short run. But the reason I put it fourth is I do expect some backing and filling, going up, pulling back, up, pulling back, up, pulling back. And my guess, and I could be wrong, my guess is we have to wait till the annual report for any kind of big surprise out of left field. That I could be wrong on. But this volume is amazing. The volume is telling you something's going on to the positive in finger motion. I think you can double your money, even from these levels. 5 weeks. And anyway, so that's my assessment of our stocks this morning. Yeah, I'm just looking again. Nothing's changed. We listened to Zeppelin. You boys listening to that darn Larry Zipper again? Well, I made it, other than Stairway to Heaven, I pretty much made it all the way through college without personally owning any Led Zeppelin. Of course, you'd hear it and all that. But what I remember, I had a convertible, and I would work these long shifts at Clyde's, of all places. And I'd get off at 2 or 3, even 4 in the morning. And I suppose everyone else was going out and getting stoned or going to bars or whatever. But I was just driving back home. I mean, it spread over time. So sometimes it was home, sometimes it was somewhere else. But I used to put the top down and I would play Led Zeppelin. I had a what do you call it? A Fiat Spider. And it had what back then was a modern stereo system, 4 speakers installed by the previous owner. And I would turn that as loud as I could driving home. I get pulled over by the police, but I was never drinking. I was never drinking. Oh, great. GBUX to $2 now. I didn't say that. That's what Lyons said. It's a, you've now made a rhyme out of it, so it's a potential target. Every stock has risk. Any stock at any time can lose half of its value for any reason. But that's not how I see GBUX. Look, we're very fortunate, I think, to have 4 stories we're looking at. There's others. You can look at that one that Donald Trump's son is in. You can look at AMC, GME. You can look at NV Homes. You can look at Northwest Bio. You can look at all sorts of things. But we're just looking at these 4 stocks. I just did a little bit of an exercise in front of you. Let me say it differently, Pete the Greek. I think all 4 stocks are within a 2-week window of upward movement. And then, so just spread your money across all 4. And I won't give you any risk. Just spread it across all 4. On the other hand, I think if you're disgusted with GBUX, take your loss and buy Nixie. Just buy it. Just take a deep breath, buy Nixie. None of these, other than Finger Motion and Railtown, so half of them, I don't really want to own for more than the trade. I'd like to see Nixie go to 6, 8. It could go to 20. GBUX could go to 6, 8, 10, 12, and it could go to 30. It could go to 80. It could go to 150. But when will it happen? I think GBUX you could get an announcement tomorrow morning that GBUX has finally closed the deal and it's definitive. 212 million is going into XYZ fund. They're going to make it up 10%. They're going to make 21 million a year in income. And the company's making this acquisition, that acquisition, and its current revenue projections are this high. That could come tomorrow morning. I have no idea. None. Oh, great! It's going to go to 2. I have no idea. If you want to be negative, Eeyore. Oh, great. GBUX is going to $2. So it can go down. If you're in the wrong stock, the other stock can go up. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. I'll repeat it. I'll try to do it so you hear me, Pete. As of right now, but in this last hour of trading, my focus would be Nixie first, Railtown second, GBUX third, Finger fourth. That's for an hours of trading. Hour. Tomorrow is Friday. I would expect to see changes in prices, so changes in priority. But I think tomorrow, let's give ourselves a 4-day window. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think the odds are extremely high that you're going to get some sort of guidance, awareness. It's time for news, basically. I think Nixie. I'll give it 70% odds that over the Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday time frame, you're going to get something on Nixie. I'll give that 75% odds. Railtown. Over that same 4-day period, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. My theory is if there's good news, that's when it'll come out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But I'm using tomorrow because tomorrow exists. Railtown, I'll give it 50-50. 50-50. I'm not convinced Railtown won't take another week before the news that has to come out comes out. But at the same time, I don't know when, so I'm going to give it 50-50. GBUX. I think they've been out there so long that we're waiting on this news that you have a flip of a coin. The more time it's taken, the closer they're getting to getting the deal done, or the more time it's taken, it might not happen. That chick you met at the bar, you were probably good at it. I never was. But the chick you met at the bar, instant attraction, you buy her a drink, and you make the mistake of hanging around for another one yourself, and in walks the rugby player that she's been longing to see. And he's sober, you're drunk, and you should have left 45 minutes ago because you turn around, she's left with him. Time changes attitudes. I think GBUX could have news tomorrow morning, but it could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll give it 30% odds tomorrow morning and 40% Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Finger motion, I give it a 10%. That there's any news coming out of finger motion for the next 2 weeks, I give 10%. All right? That's how I'm thinking. I'd like to own all of them, Pete. Oh, great. GBUX to $2. That's a nice rhyme. GBUX to $2. It's such amateur. And it pisses me off because it shows complete, it's like a child. You're like a child. If you want to be a child, go play golf. But if you want to be serious, it's hard to know. It's hard to know which stock to be in. And do you want to put all your weight on one? You want to spread it out evenly? Are you trying to change your life? Do you want to just be a genius and hit it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row? I don't know. It's all up to you. You do it the way you want. I'm telling you how I measure it. Yes, GBUX could go to $2. But GBUX also could go to $6. It's your call. It's just children, absolute children. No wonder they take all your money. No wonder they take all your money. I know I'm hard to listen to, but you don't listen. And it's hard enough to make money without childish comments like that. Anyway, I see GTII's at 17. Wow, something must be going on. We got to get in it. It does say hard to borrow. I guess I should make a blanket caveat statement. If finally they are going to start buying back stocks, that changes everything I see. But I don't believe that's going to happen. All right, I'll calm down. I'll calm down. I'll calm down. I'll calm down. It's not good for my health. No, living isn't always good for one's health. Angry elf, thank you, and thank you for your passive aggressive LOL afterward. It's wonderful. I don't know what you look like. I don't know if you're an effing whale or if you're an athlete. I have no idea. But thank you for ridiculing me, technologically spastic. And you know the good thing, putting LOL afterward, it just makes me feel great about it. Yeah, it's just a joke. I didn't mean it. Look, I'm not a, I'm not a, I was going to use a bad word, but I'm not it's not like I'm a strong guy or anything, but I'm not a weak, I'm not going to, if you want to ridicule me, fine. But every now and then I'll respond. It's just a joke. Yeah, right. I'll tell you what, technologically spastic, you're no comedian. Lou versus Wall Street was the guy that made William. I can give a lot of responses to that, and I can make very long-winded responses. And but what I will say, I'd be very honored by Lou having made, as you put it, that Lou made me, and I would, if he were around, would say thank you, and I'm honored that one person could make me, and I'm grateful, and I'll try to, do things in his honor from now on. XX Wolverine 809. It's such a great topic. We can talk about it further. I mean, it's why people have tuned in to find out what made me. I don't think I'm done, although I'm old. I'll just leave it there. I'll just give my statement of appreciation. I'm very thankful that he made me. Thank you, Jeff Grimm. Okay, here. Let's see what's going on here. Daddy-o, I called Fidelity to purchase Finger. The representative put me on hold twice. The price increased 3 cents. Yeah, isn't that something? It's amazing how systems, like computerized systems, work until they don't want it to. Remember that, by the way, Daddy-o. I'm not sure you're buying my pitch on precious metals, PMs. But remember that, for example, with silver, it'll come a time you can't buy it, or it'll be frustrating. So might as well get in early while everyone else is doing other things. So Railtown is essentially 29 cents. Nixie is 159. GBUX is 290. Oh, great. GBUX can go to $2 now. Oh, great. How about GBUX can go to $29? Finger 175 up 17 cents. I'm not going to even quote the other stock that is now popping up. Let's just see what PSLV is doing. 1123. That's the one. That's the one you marry. You can date Nixie, and you can go late at night and have a little fun with GBUX, but the one you marry is PSLV. I like this comment. Who is this? Akira, they are losing. Don't let them get, okay, thank you guys. Thank you. All right, technology. I appreciate that you're here. You saw my reaction. I don't like being made fun of. But sometimes I let it go. So I should have let it go. Where is Lou? My guess is because of forgiveness and because of good things he did that Lou is in heaven. But it might be he's in purgatory. If you want to go meet him, there are ways to do that. Otherwise, just hang on. You'll get there eventually. But I think Lou might be, I don't know how that interface works. We like to think that people up there can interact with us here. But then again, we never think about how about when we're in the shower or when we're, scratching our armpits or something. We don't want them seeing us. So I don't know that happens. But maybe in spirit, he's here with us, Wolverine. Finger is the best play for the short term. Well, I don't disagree. And I hope you're right. I think Finger is broken out. Let me see. I think I might have a chart on Finger. Let me just see. Okay. Let me go up to the. Oh, I've already lost a bunch of comments. I don't know how the comments disappear. I've just got to upgrade my computer. Hey Barry, how are you? Blueberries. Okay, I love blueberries. Call into Ham's call. I don't know about a Ham's call. If you want to call into Ham's call into Ham's call. I'm unaware of a call going on with Ham. I tried being honest about a stock. I blocked you. Sorry about that. I've unblocked you. Um, uh, um, um, I don't remember the stock though. Yeah, he passed away. The bots are out today. Hayden. All right, I'm going to go through the comments before I look at, see if I have a chart, because as soon as I go get that, they disappear. I don't know. Okay. Trading options before I've seen messages. Oh, may not be filled. Well, you just left out part of that sentence. They may not be filled at your price. If you have short settlements going on, buy-ins, they don't care about price. So I'm not saying that we're on the verge of that, but if you were to get, the stock that I think is the most likely to have a short-term short squeeze, believe it or not, is GBUX, even though I put it number 3. But I think the odds, it's speculative. I think the odds right at the moment look low. It's partly trying to understand. Let's put some numbers on it. I think potentially I'm just going to pick a number on each one. Obviously, there's so many different scenarios, but I just want to get to the point of how I'm seeing it. I think Nixie, starting tomorrow, you could get 3x on your money. 3x on your money over the next roughly 2 weeks, which could expand to 3 or 4 weeks. 3x. What was the second one I picked? I picked Railtown next. I think Railtown starting that's tricky. I think Railtown could take a whole nother, not next week, it could be the following week, or it could be any day. That's tough. But I'm going to say a week from now it'll start, maybe. And I think Railtown you could get 3x to start with, 3x. And then it could be, depending on whatever they print out, we can decide from there. GBUX, I think, could be over the weekend. You could get news, or it could be 2 more weeks. I think if you get news in GBUX, it's 4 or 5x. 4 or 5x. The question is when. That's the problem. So that's where my toss-up comes. I'm talking about initial moves, not ultimate moves, And with finger motion, I think you can get a double, 2x. So that's how I align it up. But anybody's call or opinion could be right. I mean, it's like filling out the bets at a racetrack. It's hard to do. Let's see what Dan just said. Well, I suppose that's one way to look at my intemperatureness, is that I'm trying to do the right thing. I like that red pepperoni. Oh, I didn't see the movie. Is that the one with Billy Bob Thornton? I like Billy Bob Thornton. He's a good actor. Goliath is a great show. I like that idea. See, that's proactive. If you feel like GBUX could go lower, put some orders in under the market. You might be surprised. Is GDC still a good stock? It never was a good stock. I had, hey, Mohammed. ZJYL, never a good stock. That's the problem. We talk over our understandings and our definitions. As potential short squeeze plays, GDC and ZGYL, I think both remain good places to be. If I were in them, let's just say GDC, I don't even know where it's trading. Let me see. $196. Not bad. Mohammed, I don't know your situation, but I'd almost it'd be a tough call, but I'd almost, for 2 weeks, I'd swap out of GDC and go into Nixie. Now, Nixie, I'm not addicted to Nixie. If Nixie starts to have, let's say, 50 million shares in volume like it did twice before, and it only goes to $5, or it doesn't go anywhere, well, I'll let the market tell me, that didn't work. But I think Nixie, you can see, go to, let me pick a number. I'd say it could go to 8 in some movement that picks up momentum, and then it could go higher than that. We don't know, but let's just use that as a number. Let's say you buy Nixie at $2; it's cheaper, so that's 4 times your money, and you could try to do that over the next 2 or 3 weeks if I'm right. And then you can, now I sound like glue, then you can come back and reestablish your GDC. If you have a loss in GDC and it's a taxable account, you would want to wait 31 days. What's the risk? The risk is GDC goes out of the blue, which is a possibility. Both GDC and ZJYL could go out of the blue at any time. But it's hard to call. I don't. GDC last year was a stock whereby a handful of wealthy investors, maybe institutional as well, bought up more than the outstanding float. And they knew what the short position was. They got excitement going around. I believe it was in Hong Kong. I can't remember now, but maybe somewhere else in Southeast Asia. And the stock started moving. One person last year heard some information, put it out on Twitter, and the people on the inside, when I say inside, I don't think they were doing anything wrong. I don't think it was the people inside of the company. But whoever this scrum of investors were, they got, as I think the second time I'm using this word from somewhere down in North Carolina, they got skitterish. They got nervous. Why? Because that person put material information out on Twitter that had not yet been announced, and there was no way he would have known that information unless he was talking to somebody who had either signed an NDA or was part of the company. So what happened with GDC, this person in a race to give credibility to us, I guess, or to other investors that he was in the know, stopped the squeeze. It stopped, full stop. They slammed on the brakes and they put it to the side. And that's what happened with GDC. Now, these are wealthy institutions, wealthy, high net worth individuals. My understanding, and I don't speak to any of them, but my understanding is they still own the stock. Ham said it on the calls. They still own the stock. What I think's happened is they did not want that stock going up all of a sudden and to nosebleed levels potentially when somebody had run their mouth. Loose lips sink ships. Loose Twitter toppled the squeeze in GDC. But I think that's just temporary. I think at some point in the future, both GDC and ZJYL will still have their day. I don't think it's over with at all. The good thing about both companies is they don't need to do toxic financings. I think the players may or may, some of the players may know each other. And I wouldn't be surprised, although I have no factual information, I wouldn't be surprised as soon as if a company like Nixie has an explosive rally, or a company like a GBUX had a big rally, perhaps even fngr, that money doesn't roll into the next play. And where's the next play going to be? Very easily could be GDC, very easily. But the delay in a potential buy-in caused rally in GDC was totally because somebody ran their mouth. That's what happened. Doesn't mean it's over with, though. It just, to be safe, let's leave, I'm sure lawyers said it, just leave it alone. How long do we have to leave it? Well, make sure that, I don't even remember what the information was, but you got to make sure enough time goes by that whatever that piece of information was, it gets so widely dispersed, and there's earnings reports and other things happen, that no investigation by the SEC coming back to the CEO and the board is ever going to find anything wrong. Why? Because the information got out there. Full disclosure, time went by. But that's what happened to GDC. That's why we're all just waiting for it to move, because someone couldn't just zip it good. Well, there you go, Mohammed. ZJYL's on Fidelity's can't buy list. What Ham told me earlier is that people have told him, they've called into Fidelity, and Fidelity is concerned with being caught short because of new rules at the SEC. I can't believe there's new rules at the SEC. Maybe it's just a new attitude. Gary Gensler didn't care. Gary Gensler's profit is with the Clemson Foundation and Goldman Sachs. Gensler might as well, when he dies, he has a little, if he has a graveyard thing, he should just say his name is Gary Goldman Sachs. He'll trap his soul for the next 500 years because Goldman Sachs is never going to die. But anyway, if Fidelity, remember, Fidelity is in trouble with MMTLP. And if Fidelity is nervous about Finger, they're going to be nervous about ZJYL and Mohammed GDC. So it's interesting. Lou probably was Catholic, and I would imagine he was. So he probably look. My dad would get mad at me, but the Catholic faith says the only way to heaven is through the Catholic Church. I don't think that's right. I don't buy that. So, but I think Lou probably has as good a chance as any soul to be in heaven because he was Catholic. Thoughts on the 10-year Treasury last week? I think what's going on with the 10-year, number one, nobody knows. I'll give you probably a handful of things. One is there's a lot of headline crap going on. Remember, BlackRock controls the media. BlackRock. Fink, I think, or Black. He controls the media. Don't believe it. Just don't believe it. Try as hard as you can to read as many different sources to try to come to some understanding, but just realize they're manipulating the information you get. To the extent that got out of control, and he's not playing his own book, that information that's in all the headlines, it's possible that that's having an effect on some decision-making at central banks and worldwide. But I don't believe it. There is no bond in the world that is safer than the U.S. Treasury. There is no bond safer. If I had money, I'd buy the Russian ruble, Russian bonds. But there's no institution that's going to follow that advice. There's no market with the depth and the liquidity, despite the corruption, for the time being, as the U.S. market. So I don't think people are abandoning the treasury market in a panic drove-like manner. I think China is very deliberate. I think China remembers 1460. 1460. We remember what Blake Lively, whoever the hell she is, and Taylor Swift, we remember they went to the football game with a different man than they did the last time. And then our mind is focused on what we're going to get for a drink on Friday night. China remembers when they had an empire that ruled the waves and something weird happened. Their entire, and there's a book about it, I want to read it, but my reading is not, it's not the easiest anymore. But China had a whole fleet out at sea. It got destroyed. Just disappeared. And whoever that emperor was turned inward. And China turned inward for 600-700 years. And then the British raped them, and they went through other nightmares like communism, and Mao, Japan, the Opium Wars. And China has a long-term strategy. I don't think that they just suddenly started dumping their shares in a hissy fit, their treasury bonds. They do things very deliberately, and they'll win in the end, but maybe. Trump's a chessboard thinker too. But the problem is he's got a bunch of cats. He's trying to herd cats. China has a bunch of loyal people that have to follow the rules. So I just don't buy it that yields went up because China's dumping bonds. I don't buy that. Secondly, and I cannot totally make sense out of this, but I'll attempt it. I think that Japanese yields being up are allowing China to lower its yuan. They don't want a strong yuan. Which one? You know, the renminbi. And this is where I lose I've tried to think it through and I can't, but I think what happens is that because Japanese yields are higher than Europe's, Japan becomes a source of money for the Eurobond market. And I think capital flows in that direction, but you can tell I'm lost in that thought. But I think there's something going on with the yen, the euro, and China. Let's just leave it there. The third thing is I've spent some time on it. I think the basis trade blew up. And the basis trade is greedy men leveraging your tax dollars to exploit a teeny tiny difference in the long future price versus the current physical price of treasuries. And when you read the articles, they say 10 to 1, 20 to 1. You might see someone say 50 to 1 leverage. I bet the leverage is much bigger than that. Much, much bigger than that. And so I think the reason yields went up is unwinding of that trade. selling. You had to sell the bonds you held to buy back the futures, and it's all out of control. I think that's the biggest reason why yields spiked. Fourth point, I think China is in a deflationary cycle. I think China's economy, for the first time that they've experienced it as a massive capitalistic economy, is in deflation. What's another word for deflation? Recession. What's another word? Depression. China might be in a depression. China might be in a depression. I think China's 10-year bonds and interest rates show that they have trouble. I think and then fifth point, I think our 10-year I think interest rates on our 10-year are going to match China's. Maybe not for very long, but I think we're going to go down to 3%, 2%, 2.5%. I think we are in a recession. In fact, by some definitions, we're already in a depression. But that's like arguing the definition of is, or whether or not you cheated on your wife, if you flirted with a girl, or did you have to jam her, or did you just have to talk to her? I mean, it gets all complicated. But I think it's not complicated, actually, if you're truthful. But I think the 10-year bond, I think the interest rate on the 10-year bond will go below 3%. Why? I think inflation is down. Stores are still closed. Commercial real estate's in a bomb shelter. People aren't working. People aren't spending. There's going to be a contraction in the money supply unless the Fed pumps it up. And so I think believe it or not, that interest rates are going to come down. And then I guess finally, I want to compliment you on watching the 10-year Treasury, because that's going to be the most important thermometer for anything you and I do over the next decade, but particularly over this next period of time. If the interest rate on the 10-year gets up to 5%, oh my gosh. You might as well go, you might as well just get a bottle of scotch, start drinking again. That'll be tough. I don't think they're going to let it happen. Right now, Jerome Powell is having his own little childish fit, because Donald Trump said on a tape with Billy Bush that, yeah, hey, when you're rich, when you're out on the town, the cameras are there, it's like they're all over you. They're all over you. They even let you grab them by their they let you. Anyway, the whole Democratic Party is up in arms over this. The party of Ted Kennedy, the party of Joe Biden, the party of Christopher Dodd, the party of, the list goes on. Gary, what was that guy that got caught with the woman that wore jeans that became Donald Trump's wife? He ran against Jimmy Carter. If he hadn't been caught with Donna, I can't remember the names right now, he'd be our president. What about the guy from the South, the schmarmy lawyer that ran, and his wife was dying of cancer? All Democrats, all Democrats. But we're going to be angry with Donald Trump because when he was young, tall, my mother told me tall matters, honey. Or she said it the other way around, honey, tall matters. Trump, tall, blonde, billionaire, press, attends all the shows, Bachelor, cameras, and he says that women are all over him. He can't believe it. They let you grab them by the But we're going to be up in arms with women of a certain age, like the Hillary Clintons of the world, are offended. Oh my gosh, he said that. So that's where we are with Powell. Furious with Donald Trump. But I think Powell's actions are part of the narrative. I think because Powell is going to be late, I think you're going to see ultimately the collapse in our economy and the worldwide economy. And that's going to set up everything I talked about before. I guess the last thing I want to say about treasuries, I think screw Powell, screw the Fed. They're all there for Blankenfield. Or Jamie Dimon or Moynihan, whoever's the top banker. I think that the Treasury Department has a lot to say about it, and it's not over with. Trump, as you notice, is going to the Middle East. Who's he going to meet with? I hope it's not that fat, lying, arrogant war criminal Adolf Netanyahu. But he's going to meet with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. Well, what are those three two were country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. What do they have in common? Well, they've got very wealthy emirs, kings, sheikhs, and then they've got extended families, extended princes, and all that. And they need to maintain that society as stable, particularly in the case of Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of young people that don't have jobs. So the royal families need support. And since, the king, I can't think of his name. The founder of Saud, King Saud, met with Roosevelt. The deal's been that the United States guarantees the safety. Let's just cut to the chase, of the royal family in return for cooperation in the oil markets. And Saud did that not because he was in love with America. He hated the British, and he needed money. The British diddled him, and he wanted to go move away from the British. Well, then he got us. But it's worked all these years. And when Nixon moved off the gold standard, Doc Kissinger flew on his shuttle diplomacy, and he convinced the Saudis in particular to remain in the Western financial system's fold, such that the term petrodollar became front page. It was a meme of the day. And it's the relationship between the price of oil based in dollars and the U.S. support of Saudi Arabia's royal family, to be blunt about it, that's kept the whole thing going all along. And so as the world spends money on oil, it's in dollars. Those dollars are recycled into the United States. That's what's at threat. That's what's at threat by Hillary Clinton, Nuland, Blinken, Biden, Obama. But it's not broken yet. It's not broken yet. And I think it's very interesting that Trump's first trip is to go to the 3 countries in the Middle East who have in the case of Saudi Arabia still exports oil. But I personally find it highly debatable that they export anywhere near the volumes of oil they used to. On a per capita, all right, hang on. Hello? Let me just finish that point. That was Sam. I'll try to call him back. I'll just finish the point quickly. So, but Qatar exports natural gas. The UAE is one of the surplus oil exporting nations in the world. Iraq is too, but we got Iraq and Syria pretty much under control, Libya too. So it's interesting to me that he's going there. I think we're going to have longer, I don't know how much longer, but we're going to have more time where the dollar and oil prices are tied together. Because who wants to, if you're the Saudi royal family, do you want China to be supporting you? Maybe. India? Maybe. Russia? Maybe. But those are your 3 alternatives to the United States. I think they'll stick with the United States for a while. So but I'm going to call Ham right now. But just to end this on the treasuries, the government outside of Powell has a lot of power. For example, Trump is going to visit in the Middle East. That's massive power. You don't need Powell for that. Number two, whatever, the Treasury Secretary has tools that he can use to support the U.S. Treasury market. Number three, we'll go to war. Number four, and the most important thing I want to say is that they can change the rules regarding bank reserves, or they can loosen up or require banks around the country to buy U.S. bonds. They can do that. They can give them the incentive to buy it or force them to buy it. And I think you're going to start seeing that. And then finally, they're going to, on this point, they're going to, your 401k and your IRA, at some point in your future, they're going to come to you and say, yeah, you got it. You got your tax benefits. You get two choices. I don't know, the BlackRock America First Fund or U.S. Treasuries, and that's it. Those are your two choices. It's going to come to a time where our retirement account money is going to be put into U.S. Treasuries. Let's call Ham as the market closes.
Hey, William,
I tried to pick up, and you want to talk to people while the market closes?
Let's go. We got 6 minutes.
All right, start blabbing.
All right. I just had a call from a friend who's a broker. He's got a hedge fund that's going to buy 250,000 tomorrow. So again, the world can change, but he just told me now. I told you about Fidelity, and I put a shareholder on this morning, William. Fidelity is telling multiple stories now. I just put another gentleman on a call who spoke to Fidelity, got 2 different answers in 18 minutes. Okay? So I was always taught people that change the stories are lying. So Fidelity is lying all over the place. All right? So we know what they're doing. Trump is going after the shorts. My friend who speaks with Dan Bongino, and he's got ties to Trump's advisors, they said they're going after the naked shorts. So my guess is Fidelity is going to try to square up their positions. What does that mean? Fidelity will hit a button, and the button will tell exactly how many shares they own at Fidelity or Finger Motion. They then call the depository trust up. How many physical shares do we have? If they're long 10 million and there's 1 million physical shares, that shows they got a 9 million share deficit or a naked short. If these guys walk away from the trade, Fidelity will buy in the stock, okay, because they're over the clients, and then they'll take a due bill, which is a bill, and they'll try to pass it to the guys that owe them the money. And if those guys are out of business, guess what? Fidelity gets stuck and is chasing a ghost. Just like those guys in Dubai, they lost 126 million. Everybody's saying, well, what do we do? Who took the hit? The prime brokers take the hits. So this thing is getting hot. There's a lot of activity going on. And you know what? I think the stock is going to explode. That gentleman, BAM investor, I don't know who he is, was on Ace's call. Someone told me he's a good technician. He said $1.92 gets us to $4.60 or something like that. And then $6.80, then it's off to the races. I forgot the numbers. I put them up. So technical stuff looks like it's going to go. William, there's 25,000 options open interest between the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s for May. You guys, a gamma squeeze is when it goes through the strikes. So the $4 call, the $2 calls has 5,000 open interest. Once it goes through 2, that's 500,000 shares to buy. Once it goes through 3, I think it's 5, same number. Once it goes through 4, it's 11,000. That's 1,000,001 of shares to buy. So 250, add these numbers onto it. Once it goes through these numbers, the option seller, the only way he can hedge is either buy back the call or buy the stock. So I see them trying to buy the stock and drive it up because I don't think people are going to flip the calls back to them. All right? When you buy options at a nickel and a dime, you don't want to sell them back to them at 25 cents. You can sell a little, but you're not going to sell them all. So that's the gamma squeeze that they always talk about in GameStop. It's option related, and there it is. I just described it to you very easily. All right? Anyway, I think that finger motion could have a pop tomorrow. If this guy comes in with we traded 500,000 shares, buying 250, that's half of today's volume. The stock will be, 250. It'll be 250 going to 3 tomorrow. All right? On the other note, William, I went out last night. I did the math. We have 250 million shares short based on the trading en route. And everybody, clean your fucking ears on this one. When the shorts and the longs are buyers and there's no sellers, you're going to get stocks that are going to go up super fast on no volume. Root went up $12 on 500,000 shares. 12. Everyone's looking for 20 million. That's all fake, that volume. Root is an example of what it's going to look like. Up $12, what did I say, $15, whatever it was, $12 on 500,000 shares. If you just do the math, 250 million divided by 50,000 shares, it's going to take 500 days to cover. 500 days of going up each day, $12. All right? $12 a day. That's $6,000. My target is $2,500. I just showed you that. Cut it in half. Make it 3,000. Cut it in half again. Make it 1,500. You guys will be crying when it's 1,500. That's how much money you're going to make. All right? I did the math. It's pretty easy. When everyone's a buyer and there's no sellers, the game is going to be brutal for the shorts. Brutal. And everyone is educated on this. If you're not educated on this, please go someplace else. Because we've done it all. We've done it all, said it all. I can't do anymore. And when we're done with this, we're going to go beat the shit out of the GBUX short. GBUX. They got the dividend coming out May 15th. That is the record date. The distribution is the 21st. We'll go after these guys. 11 days in a row, Bill. They've been naked shorting that stock down. 11 days. I've never seen that before. That shows you the desperation there. I know people have been buying it for the last 4 days. And the desperation to try to hold it down.
Do you think they'll finish their transaction prior to that X date? So the guy who's going to own 30% of the stock will get his dividend as well?
William, I don't really give a shit. I don't know. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about anybody in the company. I could care less. I care about us. All right? And the company really has to care about us because we are helping them survive these attacks. I spoke with the CEO of CHRS. And he wanted me to help him out. But he won't help me till he sees the data. I told him he had to buy the data. He didn't want to spend $40,000 to buy the data. So instead, he's going to let his company just rot and get crushed. He had some news. It went up to $1.07, and now it's breaking $1 again. When it's 80 cents, he'll be called back again. In which case, I'm going to tell him to take a walk. But I'm just telling you, these CEOs, they all do the same thing. They're all being robbed by Wall Street. They have no idea. They don't know what to do. And that's the classic example I just told you. Anyway, people, William, I'm out of gas. I'm tired. I'm in a parking lot waiting for my son to come out, and I'm out of gas. I'm tired.
You're out.
So if there's anything you want to ask, go, because I don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. You mentioned your thoughts on GBUX. You just mentioned. I agree with you on finger. I mean, the volume is the most impressive thing there.
Yeah, keep going. Look for the volume. I don't care about the volume.
Some people asked. You don't care. Okay. Some people asked about GDC and ZJYL. I think those come next.
I let you. ZJYL went to $1, pulls back. I told you I'd rather buy it at $2 than buy it here.
Yeah. And then, you can. That's about it. You don't need to stay on. Everybody probably. I didn't know you had a call earlier. Otherwise, I would have.
Listen, I'm just trying to listen. I tried to call you. I'm just trying to update people what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Because this is like this is showtime. So, I mean, your opportunity is going to disappear shortly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it disappears tomorrow. You know, we talked about yesterday, the options at a nickel. You know, now they're at a dime. All right, so they doubled already. Yeah. All right, so the opportunity is going to go away from you. Things you could have bought at 10 cents are now 20 cents. I mean, just think like that. The opportunity's here. When you hear the opportunity, you have to make on Wall Street a snap decision. I'm in. I like this. You got to make that move because prices start to move away. Now, if you think that Trump, who started this fight last Thursday, okay, if you think he's not going to do anything, then I agree with you. Don't do anything. But, you know, if we talk about it, William, I told everyone on calls with you and everyone else, I said to buy the cheap calls in DJT 1,000 times. 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s. Each one of those options went from being worthless to being in the money. Each one. The 20s were like 30 cents. They're like they went to $6, $7. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Buy the cheap calls. There you go. That's the least amount of risk you can get in a stock. Find cheap options. There you go. Right there.
It's always nice to be early.
Excuse me?
It's always nice to be early. There's less risk when you can withstand the pullbacks that come. It's just nice to be early.
Right.
Yeah, that's everything fine. We'll see how it opens tomorrow. It looks good. I agree with you. Let's see where everything closed. Finger closed at 182.99. Or at least that's where it's trading right now.
Right.
GBUX is over $3.
11 days in a row. I've never seen that before. And the funny thing is, people are accumulating it and they can't kill it. These guys have thrown the kitchen sink trying to knock their stock down and they can't do it.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second.
I'm in. Oh, you said you can only think about it briefly on Wall Street, and then you're in.
Anything else? Anybody else have any questions? Let's go.
What's your Twitter?
What did you say?
I think it's at Ham Shorts or at Ham Short. Anyway,
it's ham naked shorts.
So it's at Ham Naked Shorts with an S.
Yeah, I just got booted off. I'm sorry.
How can you? Sean wants to know, how can you set orders, GTC orders on Finger to prevent the shorts from getting our shares?
How can you put a GTC order in?
Yeah, he can only put it in at $40, and he figures.
That's good. That's fine. You can listen. As the stock goes to 20, you move it up to 60. When it moves to 40, you can move it up to 80. That'll work. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just keep it out there. That's all. I put today. I put I think 5,400 at $28. That's as high as they'll let me go.
So Bob's been.
I put something out there just to have out there.
Bob's been buying Finger, dollar cost averaging for 2 to 3 years, and he says, incredible, I'm finally green on the trade.
Hey.
It happens.
There you go. Listen, that's what happened to me in GDC. Remember?
Yeah.
It took a while, but I finally went green. And when it went green, what did I do? I ran like a thief, right?
Do you think somebody can goose, as this guy's saying, Finger before or after the market?
Do you want me to goose it up for you?
That's what he wants. BW wants you to goose it.
I'll call my friend to see if I can goose it for you. Listen, that doesn't do anything. So you don't get consumed with that.
Yeah, it's like taking sugar in the morning. It runs out.
It's not worth it.
What happens when the prime broker loses money? Do they collapse?
The prime broker loses money.
When the
prime brokers that have access to the financial system, when they start to go red, forget it. They get shut down faster than anybody. Now, if the prime broker is committing fraud, I can't do anything about that, right?
Yeah. Ham, since BDs are aware on Finger, will they sell retail counterfeit shares, even though everyone is watching?
No. Once the short seller, all right, once naked short selling is blocked, it's over with.
X-Pulse bought 20 contracts on Finger.
At a nickel.
On the nickel. Oh,
I hope a nickel or a dime. Listen, those are the best option plays in the world. And the Greenfield Fund from the Big Short told you exactly what I said. You buy cheap calls, you risk a little bit for the home run swing. They invested in things that people didn't believe in, and that's how they hit home runs.
He hung up on me. I'm sure he'll call back. On the nickel, what becomes of the little boys who never comb their hair? They're on the nickel over there. What becomes of little boys? Hello?
Would you hang up on me?
No, you must have driven under a tunnel.
I'm not even moving. But got any other questions?
No. Let's see. Dave Vanderwerf is asking you about a stock that you don't even follow, but I'll ask you.
Okay. I don't have the energy.
All right. Why are there no options on GBUX?
Because the market makers are the ones that put options into stocks. That tells you that GBUX we have two retards that are naked shorting the stock. They're complete novices, and their attack tells you that they are.
Right.
They're supposed to be baiting people to buy more so they can short it. Instead, they're trying to push it lower. Imagine trying to get less money on each one of your sales. That's how stupid they are. But that tells you that that's how stuck these guys are.
All right, I'll go with that. Yeah, somebody's asking, you've got somebody to buy 250,000 shares of what?
No, I don't have it. A broker called me up. His client, a hedge fund, said he's going to buy 250,000 tomorrow. That's all I know.
Ham's doing a call right now. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm right here.
Ham is on as we speak.
I had another shareholder that just spoke with Fidelity, and in 18 minutes, he was on with he's a big holder. Him and his friends bought about 500,000 shares, and they told him 2 lies in 18 minutes. I'm at a rehab facility, and so many people are handicapped. It's just remarkable. Young kids, old people, wheelchairs, spinal cord injuries, you name it. Terrible.
Some of us have handicaps you can't see. So, asked again, 250,000 shares of which stock?
I only follow 2, so pick one. Which one do you think it is?
That's it. That's all the questions.
All right. Well, listen, everyone. Good luck. We're going to get them tomorrow. We're not going away. I told you that. We're never going away. You know? So here we are. We're not going away till we carry them out. That's it. All right, William, it sounds better. I'm losing my voice again, so I'm just going to go and get a bottle of water. All right, listen, everyone, have a good night.
Thank you. All right. I want to get back to that finger chart that I was going to get. But Bob, he was talking about finger. He was talking about finger motion. He said it many times, 250,000 shares of finger motion. David points out GBUX is over the counter. It's not NASDAQ, so it doesn't trade after hours and has no options. Ham doesn't know anything about Railtown. I doubt he's even heard of the stock. There is one of the very large investors who communicates with Ham all the time, I think owns Railtown, and I might be wrong. Maybe that was mentioned at some time. But Rail is not on Ham's interest at all. There's no short position in Railtown. It's likely that over the last, particularly the last 2 months, that a short position has built up from the lazy, hazy, turn on the computer, shorts, day trading, trying to make $1,000 here, 500 here, close out a trade over here, boss, for $2,000, shorting more shares over here, boss. You know, it's possible there's some, but it's not. Ham doesn't care about Railtown. So if you're looking for Ham's confirmation that you should buy Railtown, you might as well just don't buy Railtown. And I don't think you have much longer. I really don't. I mean, I'm not trying to pick on you or any one person. You as a collective. Me. This is such bad drawing, but you have an S curve. You have an S curve. You have a hockey stick. On this S curve, that's where Railtown is. In fact, it's right under that line here. Once news starts coming out about Railtown, I don't know when. Could be next week. Could be, I mean, you're waiting for regulators, basically. that price, screw the story. When the news starts going, that price isn't available anymore. You can ask about Ham's opinion or not. But right now, nobody can buy Railtown. Institutions, family offices, big investors, investors of Canaccord, insiders at Railtown, insiders at AI Partners. Nobody can buy Railtown. Once the conclusion of the merger is announced as approved, if it is, there's going to be a quantum leap from 28 cents to some number up here, and then you can start talking about where the stock goes from there. There is going to be a quantum leap in the price of Railtown overnight. A revaluation. Now it might do it in stages, but in the context of, let's say, a 10-year hold, and 4 or 5 years have already gone by, it'll be very quick. It'll be a blip on a chart. I'm telling you, if you need Ham's confirmation before you buy Railtown, just buy something else. Just buy a different stock. Because by the time you're comfortable, you're going to be buying that stock at $1 or at $3 or at $5. And that's going to be less comfortable feeling up there. You're going to say, it's too expensive. Oddly, it might be a safer buy at $5 because institutions can buy. There'll be research. There'll be knowledge. You'll have all the data you can study. Ham will know about it. That woman on that's always behind on every investment, but everyone follows her anyway. Kathy Ark, Wood Capital or something, Wood Investing. She will know about it. Might even be on the news. Then you can feel comfortable. But if you're not comfortable, just buy finger or buy I don't know which one. Other than that, I don't know. Buy silver. Buy something else. That's great that you went green. Congratulations. Lauren's mom, if the prime broker cannot cover the buy-in, it goes up first to this vague organization. I'm trying to remember the name of it right now. National Securities Corporation, something like NSCC or NSSC, something like that. They won't have that much money either. And then it'll go to the DTCC. And the DTCC is the repository for about, I think it's less than that right now with the pullback, but roughly $100 trillion worth of securities. I could be off either direction. They will cover the costs. And if for some reason, that's just a collection of banks. The market is controlled by the same banks that are breaking the law. And if for some reason that fails, the federal government will have to pick up the tab. And as long as people have faith in the credit of the ever-expanding federal government book, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. But yes, some of these, that's what took, if Wall Street turns, they'll take one of them down. Could be Bear Stearns. Sorry, not Bear Stearns, sorry, Jeffries. Could be Jeffries. I love the Family Guy scene where this substitute teacher comes in and is handing out the test results, and she gets to Chris. And he's failed the test, and she's really upset, and it's in a big red circle that he's failed, and she puts it down on the desk in front of him and leans over. What do you see here, Chris? And he looks up, he says, 2 D's and an F. GBUX is being attacked because the record date for the dividend is 5/15. That's a good point. All right, Lion wants you to get back into GameStop. Lion thinks GameStop is apparently still on target for a potential squeeze play. So look into GameStop. I think it's a foolish waste of your time. Let me see where it's trading. $27. I think the last time Lion came on, it was 28 or 29. I'll state it again on GameStop. There's $20 of Larry Cohen premium, whatever his first name is, CEO Cohen's premium in that stock. The cash per share is approximately $7. But if you deduct the costs of unwinding all the useless leases they have around the country, they probably have cash on hand of $4 or $5 a share. The rest of it is Cohen premium. It's worthless. You're saying that Cohen can do more with $5 billion. I think that's the balance sheet, $7 billion, than anybody else out there, and that his expertise is worth 5 times cash. I think you're dreaming. The only other thing is it's going to be the mother of all squeezes. Good luck. Good luck. Trump can't stop winning. I think he's got more winning to come. Okay, let's see what it says. Low encourages international borrowing through Japan. I think that's true. Low Japan rates encourages international borrowing through Japan. That's true, but that's always been true. I just don't know what the dynamic that's changing right now that's affecting, because Japan rates have actually gone up. I'll have to study it. And this is a question I want to get to. I don't know anything between Alpine and Vocadia. I don't even know who Vocadia is. I'm going to write that down. Alpine and Vocadia. 2025. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I want to show you the chart on well, if you're like me, Bob, I can be listening to someone telling, lecturing, and I, I'm listening and I can completely miss a point. I don't know. It's just getting old. David says, for anyone who didn't hear Ham's call, he had an investor who has friends in Washington. We all have friends in Washington. And he told everyone their action will be taken against the shorts. Okay, it's pretty cool. I don't think you were sleeping. God. What becomes of the little boys who never comb their hair? They're on the nickel over there.
But they won't comply with the beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western... There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
We have some really disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened. But that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and their limbs are severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby-trapped houses, and once they released him, they shot and killed him and his wife? Did you know that Israeli soldiers were captured on film raping a Palestinian hostage, and when news of this came to light, Israeli far-right politicians and soldiers and ordinary people protested outside of the facility where the soldier was being held, demanding that he be released. And in parallel, the Israeli Knesset engaged in debates on the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian hostages.
שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל. להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי? כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות. אוקיי, הכל.
One of the soldiers who was involved in the rape had a media tour all around Israeli media stations and took off his ski mask and was revered as a national hero by members of Israeli society. Did you know that a young Palestinian boy by the name of Saddam Rajab was killed in the occupied West Bank after an Israeli occupation soldier shot him in the stomach? Even though the evidence is right there, it was still responded to by supporters of Israel as being fake or being what they call Pallywood, because not only does Israel kill Palestinians with impunity, but Israel's supporters, to believe that their ideology is morally justified, when they do see images of Israel's policies against Palestinians, they just claim that they're fake, that they didn't happen, that they're made up entirely by Palestinians to claim global sympathy. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces recently killed a 2-year-old Palestinian girl by the name of Layla al-Khatib, who was sitting down to eat dinner with her family in occupied Jenin? She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Not only did the Israeli sniper shoot her, but then the Israeli occupation forces prevented her and her family from rushing to get medical care, and she died. This, of course, is not an aberration. This happens all the time on a daily basis. Prior to October 7th, 2022 had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children killed by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank in 15 years. But did you even know about it? Did you know that in 16 months of genocide in Gaza, Israel has managed to halve the life expectancy in Gaza? If that isn't proof of genocide, I don't know what could be proof of genocide. Did you know that Israel withholds Palestinian bodies and prevents Palestinians that it killed from being returned to their families? Over 600 Palestinian bodies are being illegally held by Israel, some since the 1960s. Did you know that if you go on Google Maps and you look for satellite images of Beit Hanun, you will see that Israel has completely destroyed and erased that village in Gaza, that city in Gaza, and instead replaced all of the buildings, the stores, the homes, the parks, the schools, the mosques, the churches, with thick mud embedded with Israeli tank marks in the shape of a Star of David. Not a single corporate mainstream media outlet covered that story, thought it would be important. Consider, for example, as part of Israel's genocide, Israel has destroyed the overwhelming majority of all the infrastructure that is related to the provision of basic services like electricity, like water, like sanitation. It destroyed 90% of the housing units in Gaza. 90%. If that isn't genocide, I don't know what is. You can't possibly make the argument that the destruction of the majority, the overwhelming majority of all housing units in Gaza does not constitute intent to destroy a people in whole or in part. If you continue to get your information from mainstream media, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know any of these stories. But I think we should understand that if any one of these incidents had happened to an Israeli child or an Israeli family, then not only would the media be all over the story, politicians would be condemning it in the strongest possible terms, there would be widespread coverage and discussion about the horrors that that individual had endured. But when violence is carried out against Palestinians systematically in much wider proportions over 76 years, it is something that the global north wants us to accept as a reality, as a status quo, as the default. And as a result, evil is allowed to prevail with absolute impunity. After 15 months of a daily live stream genocide, we're really at a very critical turning point. Either the global community decides that international law is to mean something and is to actually be applied consistently to all offenders, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, no matter the circumstances, or we decide to throw it away entirely. I don't see a middle ground because the Gaza genocide has exposed the double standards and the hypocrisy that is so embedded into the system. If you take the example of the ICC warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, you've had states in Europe come out and say they're just not going to honor the warrants. Netanyahu and Gallant will be allowed to visit their states in total impunity, and that they won't comply with the obligation to actually arrest them and hand them over to The Hague. That's their obligation as signatories to the Rome Statute, the treaty that establishes the International Criminal Court. And in retaliation for the issuance of the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed in Gaza, the U.S., under the Trump administration, has sanctioned the International Criminal Court. That should make everyone stop to pause and reflect on who the good guys are in this and who might the bad guys be. The world that we're creating, if we continue to ignore international law, is a very dangerous world. It's a world where states' conduct is not bound by any notions of law or morality. It's a world where the only principle is if I can get away with it, then I will do it. It's a world that is going to, in many ways, resemble much of the death and destruction and killing that we saw at the height of empire hundreds of years ago. But also, it's a world that's going to be much more dangerous even than that because of the ability now to accelerate and to automate killing and destruction through the technologies of today that we didn't have back then. Every single crime that they get away with is merely a precursor for a more egregious crime in the future. And the only thing that can stop that pattern from continuing is accountability. And that's why it's so important for people all around the world to demand that policymakers and governments comply with their obligations under international law. And in this current moment, that means allowing for the reconstruction of Gaza by Palestinians for Palestinians without the interference or the meddling of the West. And international law requires that Israel unconditionally and immediately withdraw from the occupied Palestinian territories. The Gaza Strip, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, there is no debate. There is widespread consensus, and this was affirmed most recently by the International Court of Justice in its July 2024 advisory opinion, where the court held that Israel's existence in the occupied Palestinian territories is illegal. Israel's existence is illegal. That means that if Israeli soldiers were to plant flowers in Gaza, that act would be illegal because they have no right to be there in the first place. It's Palestinian land. The court went so far as to say that Israel's conduct in the occupied Palestinian territories violates a number of peremptory norms under international law. These are norms of the highest order from which no derogation is possible. They're the most serious violations of international law. Violations like the prohibition on apartheid, against racial discrimination, against violating self-determination of Palestinians, against the acquisition of territory by force. The court found that Israel was engaged in all of these extremely serious breaches towards the Palestinians, and that the only solution is an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Israeli forces from Palestinian land. Now, when you compare that, which is what Israel's obligations are under international law, with the public discourse in the West, you see how far we are from adopting a policy that is compliant with the law. So this is really important. Israel must leave Palestinian land and has no legal claim to it whatsoever. Not to build settlements there, not to extract wealth from Palestinian land through the theft of resources like Palestinian gas off the coast of Gaza, not to take our water, not to do anything there. It has no right to be there, period. It's so essential in this moment to support independent media outlets, which are oftentimes the only source of amplifying Palestinian voice.
I'm glad you got more calls. What hot stock are we buying? Um, um, USD, we bounced off the same support lever as the carry trade. This was a correction, not all about liquidity movement. That's interesting. I saw a chart on the dollar, the dollar index, which agrees with what you're saying. We're in this range of trading, and you might be onto something. I have to admit, it takes time sometimes to think through the movement. Something's happening with Japan and China versus access to the euro bond market, and I can't reconstruct it in my head right now. Look, I'm not highlighting Lion's various tweets, whatever these are called, because he's trying to make it about me and he, or some reason. It's silly. I've given Lion a lot of credit for calling the S&P collapse. I gave Lion credit for making a projection about GBUX. I've given Lion credit on a number of areas. If he's so thin-skinned, and that's a generational thing, I can't change it. This fascination with GameStop, it's not unique to Lion. It's a lot of people. They believe, those people, I'm not talking about Lion, that GameStop is going to have the mother of all squeezes. Let me just, in 2 sentences, I hope, 3 maybe, summarize GameStop. A fund on Wall Street got trapped short in GameStop. Melvin Capital. A fund on Wall Street was rescued by Steve Cohen. A fund on Wall Street and many other funds shorted the hell out of the stock from whatever it was, $500 all the way back down, making all and more than the cost of the rescue on the way down. As the stock rallied last year to 85, everyone's, oh, it's going to be a squeeze. They did an offering. As the stock rallied to 60, they did an offering. As the stock rallied to 38, they did an offering. As the stock rallied to 34, they did an offering. As the stock rallied to 29, they did an offering. As the stock rallied to 25, they did an offering. If you want to be the patsy for Wall Street, just don't ask me to be your companion. GME is worth $5 a share. Maybe 4, maybe 6. It's worth $5 a share. GME is trading at $27. Why are you paying that premium? Because you believe there's going to be short squeeze. When the hell is there going to be a short squeeze? Is it under control? Are they really at risk? I'll leave you to make, I'm just too tired to go back through any of those arguments. My opinion is it's entirely under control and they're in a net profit position. And I don't think the system's ever going to cover those trades in a way that makes you money. The second reason you pay a premium is because Larry Cohen is a genius. I don't think he's a genius. I just think he's paid off. He's got the last job he's ever going to need, last job his wife is ever going to need him to have, last job that his children and grandchildren are ever going to need him to have. And he'll continue to do offerings to help out Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, Black and Fink and Stone and Schwartz and Rubenstein and Flanagan. So if you want to get involved in GME, you want to come on here and promote GME to people, it's fine. But you're going to get the reaction I give you. I think GME is a silly investment. If you want to get distracted by it and sit waiting for something to happen, eventually, that's a $5 stock, if not a $3 stock. And then you won't have any optionality. Right now you have optionality. You can buy the dip, sell the rip, you can sell calls against it, you can play on the premium that people promoting it, like Roaring Kitty and the rest create. But that is one manipulated stock for Stevie Cohen, Melvin Capital, Ken Griffin, Larry Cohen, and the rest of the boys. If the new SEC chair puts a ban on short selling, what does that do for GTII? In the first case, he's not going to put a ban on short selling. It's a poorly worded question. I think it would be a better question if you said, what if the SEC starts enforcing the settlement? What if the SEC starts enforcing the rules on the books now? I don't believe it's going to happen. But if magically the SEC decided we're going to ignore Reg Show, well, that's the wrong way to put it. We're going to ignore Reg Show's, the abuse of Reg Show. Reg Show was put in place in 2008. If you read contemporary analysis of it, Reg Show was put in, and I think Atkins was part of it. Reg Show was put into place to give time to the Kurt Kramers of Wall Street, the Lynn Partners of Wall Street, the Ari Rubensteins of Wall Street, give them time to work out their bad positions. What they decided to do is put the pedal to the metal. And the SEC, some people warned Congress, if you do this, it's just going to make it worse. Congress went ahead anyway. Why? Because Congress is bribed by Goldman Sachs, and Goldman Sachs's lawyers and people they pay to promote Goldman Sachs's position to Congress. There's a lobbyist. So they put in Reg Show, and all as it did make look at the Kramers. You want to talk about GTII? The Kramers got 2 years, about a year and a half ago. I have it somewhere. The SEC caught the Kramers again, Kurt Kramer again. Oh, this is great. They're going to no more short selling. This is great. A month ago, they signed a mutual consent. Hey, no harm, no foul. Won't do it again. Nice to pat you on the ass, Attorney Shannon. Hey, it's great to see your smile again, Kurt Kramer. All's good. Just pay a fine on the way out. You're good to go. That's the SEC. They let them go do it again. So number one, the SEC will not put a ban on short selling. It's just not going to happen. To be clear, short selling is already illegal. Naked short selling is already illegal. But there's some complications in there. If you read Dr. Susan Tremblatt's book, they can cover naked short selling by more naked short selling. No one gives a shit. The real issue is settlement. Settle the effing trades. No one cares about that either. It's all there. You don't need a ban. You just got to settle the trades, but they won't do it. They won't do it. I've tried, Ryan. I don't know. I don't consider myself very intelligent, and in fact, I don't consider myself smart at all. I think of myself, as my sister says, I have the wisdom of the stairwell. After the discussion, after the argument, as I'm going up to my lair, I go, oh shit, I should have said that. I just don't feel that bright. So having said that, I don't understand how you guys, and I'm not picking on you in particular, don't get what I'm seeing. Either I'm a complete idiot, which is very likely, or I'm not explaining it, or you guys are too busy to think about it. And I don't even know, because Ann Wagner wants no transparency, I don't even know where to begin. But if we go assets at DTCC and see what the computer says. DTCC holds custody and provides asset servicing for a vast amount of securities. So in 2023, that was valued at 80, that's 2 years ago. That was valued at $85 trillion. $85 trillion. So the DTCC holds custody and provides asset servicing for a vast amount of securities, including digital assets. This DTCC subsidiary, the Depository Trust Company, provides custody and asset servicing for 1.4 million securities issues valued at $85 trillion US as of 2023. $85 trillion US. I don't even know where to begin in a hypothetical. Let's just start with 50 trillion. 50 trillion. And let's start low. Let's say the guys at Goldman Sachs have hypothecated and rehypothecated $50 trillion 5 times, not 10x, just 5 times. Just 5 times. So Goldman Sachs, in my example, has expanded $50 trillion to $250 trillion in the system. How can they do it? How can they do it? Well, I read it to you from The Great Turning. Let me just see if I can find it again. It's not long. I won't take too much time. It's just about 3 or 4 sentences. Let's see if this is it. No, let's see if this. No, it's not it. Let's see if this is it. It's not all downloaded. Oh, shoot. All right, let me go to a different place. Sorry, I need a faster system, but I also need a producer probably to make this better. I probably need AI. I probably need to just replace myself with a computer. All right, and now I got to sign in. I thought I set it up so that I was totally signed in. All right, fill password. Okay. So, Ryan, now David is obviously being polite, or he's a Democrat, David Morgan. I think he's being polite. But under Bill Clinton, Wall Street, Secretary Rubin was able to get the Uniform Commercial Code changed. This is taking too long, so I'm not going to read it to you. I'll just tell you what happened. He changed the UCC code so that your banks, your brokerage firms, this is Bill Clinton that you love. Not you, but most people out there love him. Such that your Goldman Sachs can take that 50 trillion, turn it into 250 trillion using derivatives, using this new UCC under Bill Clinton, which allows the collateral of the 50 trillion that's real to be turned into 250 trillion. It could be turned into 500 trillion. All because the collateral can be used on derivatives and supersedes your ownership of those securities. It's not coming out. It's just nightmare. So my example might be preposterous, but it's legal under Secretary Rubin, who outsmarted Bill Clinton. Oh, he's so smart. He's just a child. at that time. I'm sure he's grown up by now. And if he thinks about it, I don't think he has any self-reflection. So, Ryan, what does that sound like at 5x? If they did it 10x, that'd be 500 trillion. What does it sound like? Yes, you're right. It sounds exactly like our banking system. Wall Street has turned the securities system into a fractional reserve securities system. Just like our banking system is a fractional reserve banking system. Key to that, by definition, is this so-called hypothecation and rehypothecation of shares, of securities. What does that mean? You take the title for shares, the real shares of the DTCC, through the Goldman Sachs stock loan department, you create the F3 button, you Xerox, you mimeograph those same collateral, the same title 10 times. Goldman Sachs expands, in my stupid example, Goldman Sachs expands its ability to earn fees on 50 trillion to 500 trillion. Even though the original 50 trillion hasn't reproduced or anything, it's still only there. But the law that Bill Clinton signed into effect allows the collateral to be expanded using derivatives under the Graham-Bliley-Leach Act, which means that Wall Street can regulate itself. No need for government supervision. Bill Clinton. And as the redhead says, Pat Burns, Goldman Sachs is a stock loan department with the name of an investment bank on the door. So how do you think, Ryan, I'm just wondering, Black owns BlackRock, Fink owns Blackberg, Cohen owns something, Griffin owns something, Blankenfield runs Goldman Sachs, Diamond runs JP Morgan. I don't want to look up the names. I don't want to know them exactly. I don't want to be accused of anything. But 6 or 7 men run it all. How do you think those 6 or 7 men who control trillions of dollars and earn fees off of those trillions of dollars, how do you think those men are going to feel about shutting down Goldman Sachs stock loan desk? How do you think Donald Trump is going to feel about turning the United States as the world's largest securities markets, turning it into maybe the 3rd or 4th largest? It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a ban on short selling, naked or otherwise. The lawyers are in there. The laws are there. They're protected with what they do. And as long as we keep voting because we hate Trump or we love Hillary or whatever the hell, this is going to keep going. What does it do for GTII? Nothing. Nothing. I don't know who this Vocodia is. Let me look it up. Vocadia Holdings. Digital intelligence sales agent. Oh, well, that's just a management of, they're out of Boca Raton. Is it a real company? Alpine. So Alpine is increasing its ability to steal by working with Vocadia, maybe. I'm not going to look much longer. I'm just going to look once. Vocadia Holdings Corp announces engagement of Alpine Securities as investment banker. Oh, God. Vocadia Holdings, a leader in AI software development, is pleased to announce the engagement of Alpine Securities Corp as its new investment banker. Lots of luck. Alpine Securities is a broker-dealer boutique investment firm known for its expertise in providing tailored financial solutions to emerging companies. Yeah, that company's going to go out of business. So I guess that has nothing to do with anything. GTII is dead. Ryan, I own GTII. I lost a fortune in GTII. I believed that GTII was going to squeeze. I think GTII was in the middle of a squeeze. Lou Bravo, the CEO of Cosmo, and Frank Benedetto came into these spaces with all the energy and incitement and said, you got to move over to Cosmo. In retrospect, that was the right thing, except Cosmo did a 500 for one for 500 or some bloody number like that, reverse split. Lost everybody's money. But who made money? Cosmo, shitty company with contracts. The CEO probably made money trading around the world. Alpine and the shorts saved their asses. Probably Lou was paid. Probably Frank Benedetto was paid. Certainly the CEO of COSM was bribed by a $35 million financing, and it saved the asses of the Kramers and the clients who shorted GTII. GTII, in my opinion, was in the middle of a squeeze. But that happened now 2 or 3 years ago. That energy is gone. That energy for a squeeze is gone. The CEO of GTII started breaking the law according to filings, stealing. Deals were in place that apparently he blocked or broke up. He hired a guy that is in the derivatives business who was going to be CEO. Why the hell would a guy come on other than to protect the shorts? Alpine took over the short position from the Kramers, and Alpine started lawsuits in Florida, then moved them to DC, and Alpine was called out for being deficient because of a large short position in GTII. But guess what? Time went by. Time. And Alpine's still in business. Kramers are still in business. COSM still in business? Frank Benedetto still in business? What changed? What changed? They took assets. They stole from GTII. They put GTII into bankruptcy. Oh, sorry, receivership. It's not bankruptcy, it's receivership. They hand-selected the deal to put in. Now, what I'm hearing from the new CEO, I've never met him, sounds legit. Sounds legit. Sounds like he's on the side of shareholders. Sounds like he's a good guy. But the receiver chose him over the other deal or any other deals. Well, I don't know why. Might have been the right choice. May not have been. But you got to move forward. You got to make choices. Now, I cannot seem to get across to people how worthless GTII is. And I own shares. God, it's a waste of time. This is a waste of time. The question is a waste of time. Even thinking that you're going to get anything back from GTII is a waste of time. All right, what is a shell company, Ryan? According to AI, a shell company, also known as a shell corporation, is a legally structured entity that typically lacks active business operations or significant assets. That's a shell company. It often serves as a tool to facilitate financial transactions. While not inherently illegal, shell companies can be used for both legitimate and illicit purposes. Key characteristics: minimal or no business operations. Asset ownership. They also often hold assets such as financial instruments or real estate on behalf of a beneficial owner. Legal structure. They are legally registered entities like corporations or LLCs. They can be anonymous. They can be used as temporary holding vehicles. They can be used to protect assets from creditors or lawsuits. They can be established in different jurisdictions. They can avoid illicitly. They can avoid taxes. They can be used for money laundering, conceal illicit. In essence, a shell company is a legal entity who exists primarily to facilitate financial transactions. Anyway, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. So what U.S. shell companies currently have value for is if they're an over-the-counter shell, a NASDAQ shell, or an NYSE shell. There are iterations of each of these. There's a Chicago exchange, I think. There's a NASDAQ International or a NASDAQ European. Anyway, there's other places you can be, but for simplicity, there's the over-the-counter NASDAQ and NYSE. The American Stock exchange disappeared into one of these. Right now, you can buy an over-the-counter shell for $0. If you give the person owning it a percentage of the company. You can buy NASDAQ shells same way. Sometimes you get them the same way, but they can cost you anywhere from NASDAQ shells can cost you $500,000 to greater than $5 million. It depends on the quality of the shell and all that. NYSE can be really expensive. So what is GTII? God, well, it's got to be worth something. Richard's doing work. The CEO's doing work. The whales are involved. The receiver's great. It's got to be worth something. They're bringing in an app. It's going to be on your phone. You can set up trading on that app. It's got to be worth something. Can you tell me what's going to happen with GTII? Zero. As an OTC shell, the maximum, I think, if it were clean, I'm going to say the maximum someone would pay for that shell, for a clean, not that shell, a clean shell, might be $600,000 on the over-the-counter. And I think that's too high, but I want to go high. $600,000 if it were clean. All right, how many shares are outstanding? We'll use Yahoo. $339. Well, no, we'll use the implied shares outstanding. I want to be sure that I don't exaggerate the situation. The implied shares outstanding are 542,920, so 500 million. Let me just divide that out. I don't know, maybe if you see this as a calculation rather than emotionalism, it might register. I don't know. I don't know how to get this to register. Based on that number of shares, GTII is worth 0.0011 per share. 0.0011 per share. 0.0011 per share. Less than a penny. Okay, you're going to say, well, the receiver is clawing back shares, and the receiver did all the work. It wasn't a guy that was close to the company for years working on your behalf It wasn't a guy that's pissed off he lost money. He didn't do all the work. It wasn't the lawyers that did all the work. It wasn't shareholders doing all the work that were close to the situation. It was the receiver. In 90 days, the receiver came in and found all this all by his own son. All right, okay, we'll buy that. We'll buy that argument. And there's going to be a clawback that gets the company down to approximately 100 million shares, but the receiver gets 19 million for the risk he took. So it's 119 million shares. So let's do that arithmetic. 600,000 divided by 119 million shares. It's worth half a penny a share. Half a penny a share. Now, what goes to you? The receiver's getting, well, I guess I already accounted for that. The receiver's getting about 18% of the company, but I already accounted for that. So your shares, at best, are worth half a penny right now. That's if somebody came in and bought the stock for bought the company for 600,000. What are the obstacles to that? Nobody in hell is going to buy this. Nobody is going to buy this shell, or more importantly, fund this shell when the receiver owns 20% of the company. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. You can get mad at me. I'm an asshole. Oh, William's an asshole. He took all the risk. He worked for 90 days. He's getting only $70,000 cash for his work. But man, he got in there and worked for us. He deserves the 19%, 18% of the company. Fine. Be mad at me. Be angry at me. There is no investor who is going to, let's use the number. Okay. This company that's run by this golf guy, I forget his name. He's a nice guy, good guy. I think he's on this side of shareholders. Can't remember the name of the company. Let's call it the Dorado Beach App Company. I forget the name of it. The Dorado Beach App Co. DBAC has agreed to merge their some sort of AI trading platform into GTII. Okay. Why do they want it? They want it because GTII might be a clean shell, and certainly a shell that goes through receivership is going to be cleansed of all issues, at least those that were presented in receivership. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if receivership is as cleansing as bankruptcy, but it's got to be close. They want you. They want you to keep buying the stock up so that they can go to a financer or a bankster and say, hey, we got volume, we got trading, and our stock's worth $60 million. Do you know GTII is worth $60 million and Railtown $30 million? Nixie $30 million? It's insane. GTII is almost worth as much as finger motion. Because you're not thinking, what is the value of GTII? So they want a clean shell. That means reporting. They can go public right away and get to business. They want you. They want you to support the price, you to be there to put more money up. They want you to be the first one in the pool when they go do a financing on Wall Street, where the financiers on Wall Street protect their ass every which way but loose, and the only money at risk is yours. That's why they want you. And they want the short position. They want to see what happens if 400 million shares short have to be covered. And I think there's a little bit of pique in there. I'm not a good speller. There's a little bit of anger. They want to give it to the man. Those are the reasons. Right? So, I don't know, and I don't care to know, GTII's balance sheet. But you're going to have, the receiver's just going to take the $70,000 or so, and let's call it 20% of the company. It'll get reduced. And, but lawyers got to be paid, accountants got to be paid, things have to be maintained currently, investigators got to be paid, the court might even have to be paid. I don't know. Sometimes courts do. All manner of things. Settlements have to be paid out. Documents have to be drawn up. Lawyers have to be engaged. I don't know. Let's say it's $2 million. They need $2 million to bring this whole thing current, let's say. And let's just say it's another $1 million to get it off the ground. So they need a total of $3 million from somewhere. Investors, a whale investor, or maybe from you. Maybe he's going to go to you. That's my opinion why he's out there on Twitter. He needs to raise some of this money from you. You're going to have a chance to make that decision, and it may be a good decision. It's too soon to sell. But let's say it's $3 million. And let's say it's one investor. So the pitch to the investor is, let's call the investor Mimi. Mimi, we need $3 million. Actually, we're going to make it $3,300,000 because the people introducing you are taking 10%. So let's call it $3.5 million, Mimi, we need from you. And what you got? I'm not Bank of Hawaii. You think I Bank of Hawaii? Everybody come to me for a deal. You not zit, 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 zit. Well, okay, Mimi, here's what it is. DBAC is bringing in their technology, which is going to bring revenue. GTII is bringing in its shell, and we need your money into the new co. So DBAC's bringing their technology. Mimi, you're going to bring 3.5 million. GTII's bringing the shell, and we got Newco. What Newco doing? What it doing? What it revenue? You not very ABC. IABC. How they make money? How Newco make money? Well, okay. Newco's going to make money through an app. App. I buy too many. I buy too many with Brian. Too many app. I don't. Well, no, Mimi, this is a really good one. It uses AI. Oh, AI. AI. Okay. And it's young generation. They can trade crypto. They can trade stocks. They can. I can trade already. I already trade. Morgan Stanley. I go through he. I call he does my trades. Why I need this? Well, actually, it's got this, it's got a subscription model, $5 a month, and it's got everything, and all the young people around the world, you're 70 years old, you don't need it, but all the young people need it. And they use it, and it's projected to have 100 million users within 5 years. Okay, you tell me how much money it make. How much money he make? You tell me. Well, I think it's going to make. They're projected to start out at 20 million, maybe in the first year, but it should grow to 100 million in revenues. All right, 100 million. Okay. So how much I get? How much you need? You go see Marina. Tomorrow you see Marina. She will draw a check. How much is the check? 3.5 million. How much of the company I get? Well, we're going to offer you for 3.5 million. We're going to offer you 5% of the company. 5% of the. How many shares is that? Well, that'll be. That'll be 6 million shares. Okay. Who else there? Who else there? Well, the company coming in, the CEO plays golf down in Puerto Rico, and his team, they're coming in for this is where it becomes preposterous. They're coming in for 80% of the they're going to come in at 70% of the company. How many share he have? Well, he's going to have, the way we calculate it, there will be 125 million shares outstanding, and he's going to have 25% of them. 70% of them. So he's going to have 87 million. How much money he put in? How much money he put in? Well, he hasn't put any money in. Why he get those shares? He's bringing the technology and the team. Okay, how many shares I get? Well, you get 5%. So you get 6,250,000 for $3.5 million. That's only 93,750,000. You not ABC person. I'm very good with numbers. You said 125 million. Who has the rest of the shares? This isn't going to work out, I guess. Well, the receiver has 19 million shares. And the remainder goes to all of the original shareholders. So they have, the original shareholders have 12 million shares. I don't know what OG means, but we'll call it OG. So you've got a structure where DBAC owns they want to divide it out. GTII is broken down between the receiver, has 19 million shares and 12 million shares going, 12,250,000 going to the rest of the investors, you and me. And the receiver has 19 million shares. What did he pay for that? What did he pay? What did he pay? He didn't pay anything, Mimi. Why he get 19 million shares? Mimi, he did all the work. What work he do? Well, he worked for, he wrote 3 reports. Who read report? Who read report? How much money? Well, he gave up the normal practice of receivers to drain all the cash out of the company over time. This was how it was explained to me by the lawyer. So in return for that, giving that up, he took the risk. Somehow, I mean, he's being paid from the receiver 10% of the cash recovered, which was recovered by other people. He gets 70 grand. So I don't know, Mimi, he gets, that's the deal. How much the shareholders pay? Well, the shareholders have probably put in hundreds of millions of dollars over time. Why we need them? Well, you do. They're going to keep a percentage of the company. What did he do? The receiver, he's not going to do anything. How much I pay for 6,250,000 shares? You pay $3.5 million. He has 19 million shares. And I pay $3.5 million to get 6 million? Nah, you not good person. I hope you not like your mother. You not good person. Jim, take him to Jim. I got a phone call from he. What shares? Okay, but okay. We done here. We see you later. Nobody's going to effing invest in GTII. I'm surprised the whales are even considering it. There are plenty of shells out there that this good CEO, now that he knows your name and has your list and can contact all of you, he can go buy a shell elsewhere that doesn't go 18% to a clerk. So why is it relevant? Okay, well, all right, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're being an asshole. He did all the work and we don't mind. And are you kidding me? Do you really think the people in the new co are going to stand for it? All right, okay. You're wrong. And the 450 million shares short have to be covered. Trump is going to change everything. They're going to ban short selling, and you're going to be amazed. Alpine is going to have to buy it back. The NSCC couldn't do it, but Trump can do it. Kramer's are going to have to buy back. There's 6 clients off of the Cheap Trick Clam Island in New Jersey. They're going to have to buy back. The large woman that's married to John Hurry's going to have. You're going to see that 450 million shares are going to be bought back. All right. So Mimi, if you put up the 3.5 million, she's going to ask, she wouldn't, I would on her behalf, when do you need more money? Well, she's going to turn down the deal. So the company's going to need operating capital. Who are they going to turn to? The whales, I guess, probably the whales, but they might turn to Roth Capital. They might turn to Jeff Easton. They might turn to Yorkville. You don't know. You just don't know. I've seen CEOs assure me that they weren't going to do it, and they do it. So Mimi doesn't do the investment. Let's assume that the new CEO gets somebody else to do it, or he puts up his own money, or the whales come in for that money. So let's divide out the company. I don't remember the numbers. Puerto Rico, investor, receiver, OG. And let's just approximate it all. 125 million shares times. I actually think the company will ask more than 75%, but let's use 75%. I can't believe he would do it for that. Let's say the company gets 93.75. We know the receiver starts out with 19. And the investor, let's say, gets 3.5 million. Let's say they give, let's just use something in our favor, 5%. So the investor is going to get 6.25 million shares. And that leaves us and that doesn't leave us very much. Yeah, leaves us 6 million shares. So we have as many shares collectively as the new investor. All right, so that's where it stands with 125 million shares outstanding. Let's say in your dreamland, which I think is insanity, but let's say that a short squeeze happens and the stock goes to $150. Can I just skip all of this over here? Let's say collectively our 6 million shares go to a high of $150. Let's say we get $100 a share. $100 a share for our 6 million shares. That's pretty nice. You can't beat that. That's $600 million we get in this dreamland. Now we're going to get it on a pro rata basis. And lacking any other number to go by, and admitting that this is a high number, we'll use Yahoo's implied shares outstanding of 542 million. So we'd each get over $1 a share if that all happened. It's not going to. So all this time you're spending on it, you have to thread the needle in your thinking. Number one, nobody's going to go for this shell. This has to get removed. This 19 million shares has to get removed. And he's not going to agree. It's just a dead end. But anyway, so your upside by focusing on it is that everything works perfectly well, that you find a sucker of an investor to come in for 5%, paying much more, thereby valuing. That's another way to look at it. Valuing the receiver's shares at like approximately $11 million. No investor is going to do that. It's just a huge hindrance to this ever being done through this vehicle. But let's assume it does. If you get it done, then you've got to have the short position actually be 450 million trapped. It's not been moved to the Cayman Islands. It hasn't been moved to Europe. It hasn't been bought in. And you have to have the short position survive receivership. I'm not clear that that has happened yet. And the company can't do a reverse split which will bail out the entire short position. Odds are they'll end up, to get all of this done, they'll do a 25 for 1, 50 for 1. And the company has to perform, their app has to work, their revenues have to jump out off the page, and a buy-in has to occur. What stock have you seen a buy-in in all the time you've owned GTII? Have you seen it in MULN, MMAT, COSM, Vocal? Have you seen it anywhere? All right, let's assume there's a buy-in. All of those things happen. You might get a buck. I guess it's worth thinking about, asking about it, worrying about it, spending time on it. And man, the great thing about it is it's actionable tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, you can take action on GTII. That's why it's worth talking about. GTII is completely worthless. It will remain worthless. I believe the CEO, now that he has your name, will find another show. Old G is old gangster. Okay. Or original gangster? Original gangster? I don't know. What's your opinion on what to do with 10,000 GTII shares? Nothing. You do nothing with them. They're worthless. They're worthless. They're never going to be worth anything. All right, let me just tell you the most likely outcome. I don't think this guy is going to do the deal with GTII. He might. One answer would be to renegotiate and cap the receiver, if the receiver's sharing it with a lawyer or with an investigator, cap that number, but at a really small number. And then give the company coming in a bigger part, and then start at that level with a little bit of cash, and then raise money against that, not simultaneously after it's all agreed. Well, if you did that, maybe we'd have something. But Lou, we're not going to get the new guy. I don't know his name. The new guy plays golf. He's going to want as much of this shell as he can get for the success of his company. Number one. Number two, he's going to compare it to the alternatives out there. Number two. Number three, the alternatives out there are going to range from 85% to 92.5% of the shell going to him flipping it, what's available to us, 7.5%, maybe 10%. By the way, that's assuming the that 19 million shares just goes away. Or it gets subsumed into us, which reduces our numbers. But anyway, let's just go with it. He's going to see that his alternatives out there, he can get 90-10, 92.5, 7.5, 85-15, and it can be clean. He can move right away. And he can uplist on NASDAQ for whatever effing reason he'd want to do that. What would he give up? He'd give up the fight, and I know there's a desire amongst everybody. We got to fight. We got to get justice. We got to get our money back. Whatever. Trying to figure out what I'm trying to do here rather than get off on tangents. If it went the normal way, and I'm just going to pick one of those rather than explaining all the different ways. Let's just say it's 90-10. We end up with 10% of the NewCo. Let's just assume that rather than me going through every discussion. He gets 90% for his shareholders. Now he's going to need to raise money. He already has your names, so he doesn't really have to do it through GTII. He can go get another shell, but let's assume he does it through us. I would imagine he's going to raise enough money to get through at least 18 months of G&A and all the debt, and probably take money out for the whales that have carried this. I don't know. I don't know how much he can raise, but I bet he tries to raise at least 5 million, which is probably not enough. Maybe 10 million, maybe 15 million, maybe 20 million. Will he stay away from the toxic guys? I don't know. No one else is going to offer him that much money. It'd be a test. But let's say he raises 10 million at a valuation of $50 million on the company. So he'll sell 20% of the company for $10 million. That's going to reduce our 10% by 20%. We'll be down to 8%. We'll be down to 8% of the NewCo. Your 10,000 shares currently represent, on Yahoo's numbers, I admit they could be wrong, 0.00018 of the company. Let's go with 119 million shares instead, just to give you a better start. So you're ownership of the company currently, if the shares go down to 119 million, is 0.000084. Let's multiply that by 8%. Now your ownership goes to 0.000067%. Let's assume they get the deal done at 50 million. Your shares will be worth $336. And I think that I just made a fantasy scenario to your good. Your shares will be worth $300. Do you want to work on that? I mean, I bet you throw away $300 a month buying coffee, driving up to the bar and back, forgetting to turn off your water in your basement, having automatic payments hit your account, oh, maybe an overdraft. Maybe you forgot to put money in the meter. You're going to worry about this for effing $300? And that's a dream scenario. Dream. I mean, if he raises $25 million, it might be worth $100. And we got to spend time on this. They're worthless. They're worthless. Now, what I think, not to be all doom and gloom, I think this guy's going to come to you with a deal. And he's going to say, here's our app, here's our revenue projections, here's our PowerPoint, we're going to be on X. He might say, our short position has survived. He might say, we're not going to seek institutional investment, therefore, we're not going to do a reverse split. I doubt he'll say that, but he might. So instead of that, I'm going to do the hard work. I'm giving up my golf. And I'm going to travel around the country. There's no one banker. I'm doing it myself. We're going to be a ragtag team going town to town to town. And I'm going to meet people in every city who can put money up on this deal. And I'm offering it to you. That's when you can start paying attention again, Lou. But guess what? Bring your wallet. Bring your wallet. The only way you're ever going to make money in GTII again is by investing in it again. GTII is worthless, and I will be surprised if the short position leaves the receivership intact. If it does, my prediction was wrong. But it's a risk until it gets out. And this CEO seems like he's a smart guy, seems like he cares about you, Lou. But he knows you would be better taking $300 and investing it in his company through a different shell. Unless they clean this shell up better. I don't know. I just feel so drained about it. I lost, Lou, I'm not going to say how much, but I lost a shitload of money in GTII. I'm not being cold. But I have to face facts. I'm never getting that back. Ever. And the guy that popped the bubble was Lou, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO of COSM. There was a squeeze going on. Hey, Lou's dead. Rest in peace. I agree. Hey, Frank has a family. He's just looking out for his family. All right, I agree. Hey, COSM was a great company. Some people made money. All right, I agree. So we're left trying to make a purse out of a sow's ear. It's ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot afford to be made to look ridiculous. She was a beautiful actress, and I've had actresses all over the world. I'm sorry, GTI. They won. The shorts won. There's no coming out of it. They won. The courts don't understand it. Congress doesn't care. The reason the Kramers walk around like John Gotti, they are John Gotti. They won. Oh, here's my friend. I'm almost legend. Thank you. You made a real statement early. I can see why they take your money. I've had the same thoughts throughout the years looking at comments and stocks. So many adults are childish, emotionally mature manipulators. Yeah, it's a funny thing. I am almost legend. And I managed people's money for a long time. I knew everybody's voices. I knew their children. I knew their patterns. I knew everything. And money, people's relationship with money is almost more powerful than their relationship with a lover or with a wife. It's unique in every case. And it's often irrational. That's true. I probably shouldn't respond. I'm not sure it's the people that annoy me, although that is who it is. It's the frustration. We're just spinning wheels. If I could go back all the way to when Lou and Frank and whatever the CEO's name is at COSM, Gus, popped the bubble, I really would say, just get out. They've popped it. Get out, get out, get out. Take it all out. Don't go into COSM. Just get out, get out, get out. But I can't go back. I can't go back. So then what's happening right now? You guys don't see it because you're human. I don't see it. And it used to keep me up at night. Now I just figure I can't control anything. I just have sort of given up. But and some of you get upset at me that I point out things going on in the Middle East, which I point out on my very strong felt moral grounds. But I also pointed out, because if we as the United States continue this path, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it. Me too. Me too. And we're running out of time. We are literally running out of time. When I talk about Railtown being 30 cents, and all of a sudden it might be $3, I'm making that number up. I have no idea. Might be $1, and then it goes to 2, and then it goes to 3. I don't know. That's what's going to happen to silver. Silver's $40. There'll come a day you wake up, I wake up, it's $125. I do think the first time it punctures 100, there may be a sharp decline in it, and it might come back to 60, but you can't guarantee that. But once it pulls back, whew, I think silver will, right now silver trades at 100 to 1. 100 ounces of silver equals 1 ounce of gold. When they mine it, and I don't know if you can trust these numbers, but historically it came out of the ground 15 and a half ounces of silver for every ounce of gold on average. So the exchequer of the British Empire, when the United Kingdom ruled the world, set the pound sterling's ratio to gold at 15.5 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold. That's what he set it at. Back then it was he's. Today the ratio is 100 to 1. What happened in the meantime? Economics happened. Keynesian economics. There was Karl Marx and Engels. There was communism and Nazism and socialism. But in essence, the biggest change was Keynesian economics and a superpower, the United States, that bestrode the world. We had the goodwill of the world. We were honest, mostly. Although you could debate that, I'm sure, in some African countries and South American countries and Southeast Asian countries. But overall, we were basically honest. We had rule of law. We had all the industry. We had the gold. And we rebuilt Europe. We rebuilt Japan. And we were protecting the world from the communists. Well, in that environment, Bretton Woods was set up. It was based on gold. That's how it started anyway. But every other currency was tied to the dollar. Tied to gold, which was tied to the dollar. This pissed off the French. But it went on for quite a while. Then in the late 60s, we had guns and butter, and Johnson, a really complicated guy. I mean, I think there's some things he might have done that were really bad. Like, I'm not going to guess on the Kennedys. And he and George W. Bush, very similar out of Texas, they love to bomb, boy. They love to kill brown-skinned people and do counts and strut and parade around. But you got to admit that Lyndon Baines Johnson did more for civil rights than anybody. More than Lincoln, more than Kennedy. So he's a complicated president. I shook hands with him once. I was a kid. There's a picture of me somewhere. But he started spending on war, guns and butter. And so there, I forget the disparity, but the French noticed that they could convert the franc into dollars and exchange the dollars for gold. They could, I guess they could sell gold in the world market for francs, convert the francs for dollars, buy gold, and pocket the difference. I forget the arbitrage. And this is what the French started doing. And gold started going out of our vaults. We had over 20 million, I forget the number, 22 million, 24 million ounces of gold. And it started flying out of our vaults. And the French wanted it. They pissed off at our standing in the world. So Nixon closed the gold window. Well, what was key about that? What was the key concept that had to occur in 1971 when Fat Elvis ruled the world? What had to occur in Western markets is the perception that gold had value had to disappear. The Chinese started calling the dollar the gold buck, as good as gold. But that's literally what the Western economic system wanted you to believe, that the dollar was as good as gold. And for generations, in Keynesian economics taught, it's not what Keynes said. Keynes did not say that gold is a barbarous relic. I'd have to look it up. I mean, he did say those small words, but it was taken out of context. He didn't mean to say gold is a barbarous relic, but it was something like that, close enough. So generations of economists have been taught in the Western system that gold has no purpose, has no value. None. And they're even harder on silver. I guess that was that Keynesian economics was really a World War I / World War II routine. That's when it gained its, and he was a smart man. He was a good trader. But it became American economics as soon as our dollar was untied, was no longer tied to gold. We told allies to sell their gold. We started manipulating the price of gold. We created bullion banks to manipulate gold and silver. We manipulated the rules. The Hunt brothers really didn't try to corner the market. They just were sick of the dollar. And the government and the agencies, the banks, changed the rules on them. The system let's just start with Richard Nixon. The system for 50 years or longer has been telling us gold is worthless. And silver is even sillier. Well, that's not how the rest of the world sees it. Do you know there's civilizations that predate 1776? Do you know there's empires that blew up and blew down before George Washington crossed the Delaware? In the Middle East, in China, Southeast Asia, even parts of Europe, Poland, for example, the Americas, people still value gold. And they value silver. We don't. We don't. We live in this world, which we have been living in, where the dollar is supreme. And the Federal Reserve is supreme. And our military rules the waves, not the British military. But do you know, somebody predicted it. It might have been Tesla. Somebody predicted it. In the future, navies are going to be worthless because there's going to be flying machines that can do our war. You can sit at a desk and war instead of jaw. I don't know what's happening in the Yemeni attacks right now, but some sources say that Yemen, their missiles are hitting our ships. I don't know, but I know if Russia wanted to take out an aircraft carrier group, they could do it. And I've said this for years now, but it's coming to public consciousness. The hypersonic missile, you take out one aircraft carrier group, the United States isn't a world power anymore. We're Australia on steroids. Our ships will go back to port. We'll have the nuclear bomb, but does anyone want to push that bomb? No. So what happens to the dollar? What happens to our lifestyle? All of us, even the ones who are discriminated against, even the women who have been so downtrodden, particularly the white woman over the last 200 years in America, last 300 years in America, the white woman has been such a victim. Even they, since the turn of the last century, have lived like kings and queens. We consume 30 to 40% of the world's resources, and we have 5% of the population. How do we do that? When we want something, we're just like Wall Street. We mimeograph a dollar bill, a $100 bill. We need some more oil. We want to buy Greenland. Let's just mimeograph some more $100 bills. That's all we do. It's okay because the rest of the world has wanted dollars. I think Trump is doing the right thing because they still want dollars. And we still can, if we bring back our integrity and our rule of law and our respect for each and every individual and property rights, we still can have the preeminent standing in the new world financial order. We just got to make room for Russia, Asia, Africa, South America, and etc. It's okay, we can do that, but we won't be consuming 30%, 40% of the world's resources on 5% of the population. We just won't. But that's okay too. We can have perfectly happy lives. But what's going to change while we're debating MMTLP and GTII? All of this change is going to happen in the next 9 months. I believe you're going to see the 45-year bull market, or whatever years it is, have a blow off top before October. Could it be January? Sure. I don't know the exact time. But I think the market is going to go, the Dow could go to 65,000. Could go to 70,000. It's going to be unbelievable. And you're going to think everything's great again. It's not. It's what happened in the Weimar Republic before their currency disappeared. That was Germany back then. My opinion, right now, the entire world uses the dollar. Everything else is like a local currency. So when the dollar goes down, if it does, it may be delayed. Jim Willey thinks what's going to happen with the dollar is it's not going to go down. It's going to rally and then go out of existence. And I tend to think he's right. There will be a negotiated new system. But in any event, this time when the dollar adjustment comes, it's not one country, it's going to be the entire world. And it's going to be, number one, it's going to be scary. People are going to panic. And there's going to be severe dislocations. Severe. And here we are talking about GTII or MMTLP. It's not going to matter. What's going to matter is that somehow, and I don't know how to do it because I don't know how to trade the indexes. I'm admitting that. I guess you trade maybe call options on the ETFs. But somehow you try to make some money over the next 6 months. But when the market's high, maybe that's when we buy some puts. Maybe that's when, but you get out. At least the high flyers. The market will become a market of stocks and there'll be rotation. So it's not all, but we'll see what's ahead. But you got to be nimble. You got to be open. You got to be thinking. And all I can say, and I hope actually to build something by then with a good man, where we can start doing this as a group, but I'm not in that position yet. So you got to do it on your own. You've got to get out of slavery. Slavery is credit card debt, those bastards. And that's what they are. Capital One on down. Delaware. You've got to get out, if you can, out of bank debt. I no longer think there's any good debt. I used to argue that there is some good debt, like mortgage debt or debt you take to train yourself to become a lawyer or something. I don't think there's any good debt. Why? Because once you're in the debt-based system, the banks seduce you or force you into more fees, higher interest, higher costs, lower credit score, all sorts of shit to keep you as a slave. You got to get out of that. And I think you got 6 months to do it. What are some of the ways you could do it? Start selling shit. I mean, I already lost my house, so that was my biggest asset. And all that money in frivolity went to an asshole. So I've got to do other things, and I'm working on it. But get out of that banking system, because they'll enslave you, and you'll feel hopeless. If you don't have a way of paying back your credit cards, stop using them. Stop paying on them. Go to your state resource or to Google it. What's the amount of time before your credit card debt becomes uncollectible? Maybe start the clock on that. But get out of debt. That's one thing. Stop spending on stupid shit. Let me give you an example. Look, you got to live. And now that I'm this old, I don't really follow what I'm about to say. I do and I don't. There's plenty of times I go to bed without dinner, or I just have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich instead of going out and spending money. But now, if I can go sit with some friends and spend $30 on a meal, you got to do that spiritually too. But let me just tell you, every time you buy a meal that costs you $40 right now, you can buy an ounce of silver. You could buy an ounce of silver. What's that worth in 2032? I'm just picked that number out of the hat. What's that worth in 7 years? That $40. If you just put it aside, you don't pay storage fees. I'm going to guess it's pretty scary. It could be worth $3,000. It could be worth more than that. It could be worth $1,000. So if you can start thinking that way, start converting this life we're leading, like I said, just get 100 ounces of silver, set it aside. If that goes to $1,000 an ounce, you got 100 grand. That might be all you need to get started in the new world. But that's where I think I get frustrated, is we talk about these insanities. These guys doing this to you, by the way, they've been trained from a very young age. Some of them. Pennies, dimes, dollars. Take. See what you can get away with. Smile. People will forget. If you're out, Don't pick up the tablet. Someone else do it. People will forget. Just accumulate, accumulate. But they're not worried about you. They're stealing from you. And then we sit here wondering how we're going to get money back from GTII. We're not. You're never getting anything back from GTII. Ever. I mean, it'd be interesting, following my train of thought on Lou's stock, if he has 10,000 shares and let's say he could sell it for $300, $400, he could go buy 10 ounces of silver. I'd rather have that than GTII, 10,000 shares of GTII. You've got to start over the next 6 months. And I try each day. I guess I do it hoping someone hears me, because no one's listening. But in 6 months, 9 months, none of anything I'm telling you is not going to matter anymore. It'll be interesting, but you won't be able to afford it. If you can buy a monster box of silver right now for 20 grand, by December, that might cost you 60 grand. It might cost you the same as a used automobile. But you're not, we're focused on GTII. And by the way, I don't have the money to buy a monster box right now. So I'm not picking on anybody, but I guess what I'm saying, it would be nice if the trades had worked better. It would be nice if I had realized what Lou and Frank and Cosmo were doing. And it's fine. They were just the messengers. It was the system that was doing it. You got to get out of the system. That's my bottom line thing. You can't trust it anymore. You can't trust banks. You can't trust investment bankers. You can't trust people that come on the spaces with that whiskey voice. Oh, yeah, I have an investor that's come in. He's the biggest investor out of Puerto Rico, and he's buying, and this stock's going up on Friday. Bullshit. You don't have much more time to grow up. And I guess that's what I'm saying. And I don't have all the answers. And that frustrates me too. That frustrates me too. And it looks like the plans I had to try to create something before this, it looks like they're not going to come to fruition until after. I'd say, you know, I've got to plan on 90 days, 6 months before I can be an agent who can help effect change. I thought it would, anyway, it's just how it is. And maybe there's a reason for that. It's just how it is, though. I'm sorry it's this way. I really am. It bothers me that Wall Street's so dishonest. And I don't claim to be better than I am. In fact, I don't think I'm very good at all. I really question whether I'll be in, as I love how he says it, Denzel Washington. I just love how he says it. He says, and he had a drinking problem. He admits it. But he walked away from the P. Diddy parties. But he said something in this manner. He said, I don't care where I am in that number. I don't need to be first. I can be last. I just want to be in the number when the saints go marching in. And I don't think when I try to ignore it right now because I can't do anything about it. But I don't think I'm good enough to be in that number. So I do not claim to be better than anybody else. And I don't know how to get people ready for what's coming. But boy, I think I need to tell you about it. So I try each day to force feed something about gold, force feed something about silver, force feed something about oil and gas, climate change, force feed something about the world at wars, force feed something about Fukushima, force feed it because I read Hawaii. I not bank Hawaii. I read Hawaii by James Michener when I was young. And that was one of the most powerful books I'd ever read. And then his books turned to shit. But I remember the captain of the boat, I think I've told this story before, but the captain of the boat took his charge. I don't know if it was I can't remember if it was his child or one of the younger, the guy writing, the narrator, one of the younger seamen. And I think they were off the coast of Africa, but maybe it was in the Pacific. And I'm probably getting it wrong, but he said, and he wasn't a great, I wonder if I'm mixing it up with Taylor Caldwell. Anyway, whatever. He said prayer, he got outside, he said, look up in the sky. Prayers are like stars. When you say a prayer, they go up to heaven and they're endless. I wish I could remember that better, but it stuck with me. And I had a client, he a good guy. He's Jewish, and the reason I say that because it'll matter. He shares my birthday, and he made some money with me, a lot of money, and he bought his parents a cruise, and he wanted to bring me a gift, but I couldn't take him, and but I said to him, Bob, stop trading. You know, it's not that easy to make that kind of money. And he kept trading in his other account and not really with me. And I think he had an account at Merrill Lynch at that time. I had moved to what's now RBC, Dane Rauscher, I think. And I ran into him on the sidewalk once. And he came rushing up to me. And he said, I'm so glad I see you. Yeah, I've got to tell you this. I've got to tell you this. And he said, you know, obviously I knew because it's the same. He said, I just had my birthday. I said, I know. And he said, Mary came to me. I said, who's Mary? He said, Mary. Mary came to me. And I was like, what? And he said, yeah. And she told me, she told me, follow my son. But she also said, pray. So I guess I wonder, what's our role in life? Why are we here? Does God need us to pray? I haven't tied all those thoughts together very well. But I sometimes wonder if here, as Mary, I think, called herself, as creatures, that the one thing we can help God with is prayer. And maybe prayer, I went to St. Matthew's about as much as a year ago to go to confession, which I hadn't done in a long time. And I've told this story. And I'll just get to the point without elaborating it. But he was very generous with my contrition. He's very forgiving. And I think he was because he said, pray for peace. And I think he wanted me to focus on that. And maybe that's what we all can do, is pray for peace. But we can't have this war in the Middle East. And these idiot comments that come up. What if your dog was held hostage? I tell you what, if it happened in the moment, I'd probably be as bad as anybody else. If I walked into a room and I saw a woman being raped, I'd probably kill the guy. But if the rape already happened and I found out about it 2 days later, I think I'll let the court system deal with that. There's so much out there. My sister always tells me you can't do it all. And I guess that's right. But I tell you, I thought I could at least help people not get abused by Wall Street. I thought I could at least do that. And the system is just so rigged. And they come on here to ridicule and to brag. And they make arguments that sound reasonable, but it's just an argument to get you all worked up while they keep stealing. I'm just so sick of it. And it's all incremental and incremental and incremental, and then they have a breakthrough. But it's all theirs. It all belongs to them. And I really think their system is going to implode around them. But if we haven't prepared, we'll go with them. We'll go with them. So I wish we had more time to talk about GTII. I wish we had more time to focus on MMTLP. I wish we had more time to talk about GME. But I really think you got 9 months. And in that 9 months, the stock market is going to explode higher, which could make a lot of money. And you can carefully make some decisions. In that 9 months, you can look at your finances and say, you know what, I can cut this, 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 and out. Why don't we sell that trailer while people are willing to buy it? Why don't we sell that trailer? Why don't we sell the home up in Utica? Let's get rid of that while people can buy it. Let's pay off that debt. You can start making those steps. And the single biggest thing you can do is start buying physical silver. Start acting like a central bank. Start accumulating reserves. Look to Putin. Oh, he's a dictator. He invaded Ukraine. All right, if you want to watch CNN, go watch CNN. But if you want to make your life and your family's life and your friends' life better. Watch what Putin's doing. He focuses on physical strength. He's brought God back to Russia. He focuses on the rule of law. He states what he's going to do, as far as I can tell, ahead of time and does it. He invaded. Okay, can we just put that aside for a second? But he is building up his oil and gas investments, income. He's building up his gold investments, his silver investments. He's de-emphasizing the dollar. He's having faith in his own currency, his own country's work. You can do that yourself. Focus on what you know how to do. Focus on income streams which are valuable today, right now, that will always be valuable. I would argue that if you make your living putting tattoos on beautiful young women, that business is going to fade away. But if you make your money as an electrician, that's going to be there. If you make your money as a docent of gender studies at some school museum, that's going to go away. That's going to go away. If you can tell stories, that'll always exist. So anyway, start shifting your skills. Another way to look at it, so many of you are so young, but if you can remember what your grandparents told you, how they lived, and I'm not talking about going back to when certain types of whites, the British white, had superiority over all races. They didn't much like the Irish. I'm not talking about that aspect, but you could live in a house, you could listen to the radio. You attend. I'm not a big fan of being forced to go to church with your neighbors, but that whole idyllic life you see in the movies, some of those skills are going to carry over into our new world. People delivering, I don't know about delivering milk, but you get my point. There are services that have value today, which will have value in the new structure. It's not that complicated, but there's a lot of them that'll go away. Investment banking is got to go away. The divergence of the world's wealth to the titans of Wall Street, the thieves of Wall Street, that's got to go away. That's got to go away. I personally think that war is going to, we'll probably still have war, but I don't think the younger generations are going to align unless they're, right-wing Zionists, whether they're Christian or Jewish, doesn't matter. If they're the right-wing Zionists, they'll always want war. But I don't think young people are going to go along with, there are some people in our country that want to bomb Iran. It's so thoughtless. But I think the most of the world doesn't want to have war. So some of the careers in war might go away. Unfortunately, I think there are going to be wars over water, pure water. There could be careers on how do you make water pure. Anyway, there's going to be a huge future, but we've got to get through this panic that's coming. And this panic is going to be severe. It's going to show up in the form of war. It's going to show up in the form of banks collapsing. Maybe not in 9 months, and maybe not in a few years, but sometime over the next 7 years. And I hope we have more time than I'm thinking. But we have to shift from NVIDIA, shift from hot hands, hey, we're going to trade, let's do day trading. Come on. That's not a real life. We have to get, some of us anyway, have to get back to a productive life. And our whole civilization is going to count on it. So anyway, I think, I guess what I try to do is convince you to be your own central bank. If you own debt, it's just somebody else's IOU. That's not going to be worth very much. If you own a lot of houses, it's a little trickier. But if you can't carry it, all of those houses now, or it's straining you, you're probably going to lose some of those houses. A lot of this wealth is inflated just from selling non-existent shares. That's a way of expanding the United States wealth. It's all illusion, but who does it help? Those men at the top can take fees off of it. Anyway, I'll finish by saying that the goal has been of modern day economics to convince everybody of the supremacy of the US dollar, the US banking system, the US legal system, US democracy, US morality, and that gold is worthless, meaningless, and that our unique standing in God's eyes makes us exceptional, and that we're always going to live a rich life because of that. I don't think that's true. I think we each individually can continue that. And you have to do your own thinking, your own study. But if you're counting on the system, if you're counting on the government, if you're counting on the SEC, if you're counting on Congress, if you're counting on your bank, if you're counting on your professor, if you're counting on any of it, you run the risk of being swept away in one of the greatest human dislocations in history. Will it happen suddenly, slowly? Will it be war? Will it be disease? Will it be depression? Will it be financial wipeout? Will it? A lot of imponderables. All I know is if you're strong, if you, and thank you for those of you who are my friend here, because it helps me. If you have friends, if you design your financial life to be independent, which you still can do in the United States, so that you're your own rock. You might not be as extravagant as Cardi B or Meghan Markle. You may not have as much money as who's that quarterback that's married to that model? They just, Tom Brady. You might not have as much money as Tom Brady, but you can live like Warren Buffett and have more money than other people think you do. And if that money is in the form of silver or oil and gas income or mining shares, gold, you can come out on the other side of all this, maybe not as a wealthy person, but you could. But you can be independent. You can be part of the citizenry that cannot be controlled by government, that cannot be intimidated by mobs or by fear. You won't be reliant on banks. You can live, hopefully, where you want to live, and you can provide for friends and family. And you may have enough to start your own business, your own a project, your own career with those assets that you've protected from the storm that's coming. I don't know. I'm going to stop there. I could go on forever. But I think that's the frustration that comes up, because when I'm wasting my energy, which I don't have as much as I used to, on argument, which is what these guys love to do, is argue. It's annoying. And I'm wasting it on GTII. But you guys can't, some of you can't get the concept. GTII's gone. I still have shares in it. They're worthless. They're worthless. And if any CEO of GTII agrees a transaction where 20% of his shares are dead weight, that's not going to be a successful company. It's a complete non-starter. So, I was gonna do more with information, but I think I'll leave it there. Yeah, I think Finger is doing really well. I never got the, let me make sure I have gotten, Schwab won't let you buy GBUX. Amazing. Well, GBUX might be, any of these could go at any time. Good for you. 4 smackers is nice. I'd love to have those shares. No, I didn't eat. Barbara. I didn't eat. I'm going to go eat now. Every stock is shorted. Exactly, Edwin. Every stock is shorted besides Berkshire Hathaway. Millions of extra shares. If they could, if they couldn't, I guess is how to say that out loud. Let MMTLP run, because the stock would have gone to 1,000. Yeah. Who's shooting the rockets? Richard, did you mention earlier that rlaif is not viable for retail at the summer to investors? Well, I'm not Richard, although it's an honor to be called Richard. What I said, and you're right, Sean, I think I said that, but it was in the context of a long sentence. Retail clients of Canaccord probably can buy Railtown on an unsolicited basis, but they're not going to hear of the stock. You know, most stocks are sold, not bought. You go, what the hell do you mean? And in fact, in today's environment, everything's sold. But what it means is you need a stockbroker, a wealth advisor to tell you about the stock. They have to sell the idea to you, and then you'll buy it. And what I meant was that the Canaccord clients, Canaccord cannot sell, they cannot pitch, that's a better word. They cannot pitch the idea of Railtown to their investors whilst it's in a quiet period. That's all I meant. That's all I meant. They should bring in the uptick rule. Thank you, Flora. Thank you. Thank you, I am almost legend. It means a lot to me, your kind words. I guess because I know you mean them. And I wish I could do all of this better, but I'll get better as soon as I am able. Da, 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 da. All right, let's see if there's any news in the news, and then I'm going to sign off. Every now and then there's such big news that you can't ignore it. You can't ignore it. Gosh, everything's so slow. All right, let me turn this off. Oh, I still didn't go get the finger chart. Let me try to get the finger chart. Okay, cancel there. Okay. Let's see if I can get it. All right, maybe not. Let's go back here. Let's go down here. And, all right. Let's see if it'll come up. It's probably going to say I have to have it in a different, oh, there it is. Okay. There, all right, let me take you down. I'm going to take you down. There is the finger chart from Frankie. My eyesight. I'm going to start eating blueberries. Yep. So that's I assume that's the 200-day moving. Yeah, it says it right there. 200-day moving average, which I, in my terrible charting, called to your attention. And this is finger. And I can't see that number, 175. It looks like the other number is around 185. Anyway, if it breaks above that high point right there, heck, if it just breaks above here with strength, this will become support. 175 range will become support. On the other hand, it could pull back first, testing these multiple support lines before it then bursts through with its third effort to get through 175 meaningfully. Not so much the number as the 200-day moving average. That chart looks great. And the money flows down below look good. The stock has, in general, been making higher lows for quite a while. there was a downward trend that it's broken out of. It's a nice chart. Frankie did a good job. Frankie, he did a good job. All right, so I know no one's listening anymore, but it's Thursday the 24th. Let's just see if there's any news. Something about, who is Shannon Sharp? I don't even know who he is. Pete Hegseth, Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart. There's no news. There's no meaningful news. All right, let me look one more place, 2 or 3 more places. I agree with that. I agree with that. Okay, let me look here. I wouldn't mind finishing on a positive note of some kind. Oh, there was, actually, let me look at that. You guys may not want me to do it, but I may want to do it. I may just want to do it. That's not it. Okay, right there. That's not it. East, not it. All right, let's go here. There, is that it? Yeah, that's it. April 22nd. Yeah, that's it. All right. So I'm going to finish on an article by Egon von Greyerz. His article is called The Big Short and the Bigger Long. And he is the founder and chairman of the von Greyerz Gold Company. The article's written on April 22nd, 2025. The Big Short and the Bigger Long. Winston Churchill says, the longer you can look back, the farther you can look forward. So here's the article. Thanks. This will make me feel like I'm actually doing something. For at least 35 years, the monetary system has been telling us that the current era is coming to an end. That means a debt collapse, a currency collapse, and a collapse of most bubble assets like stocks and property. Thus, the Big Short. And by the way, not to panic, when the stock market comes down, not all stocks will be coming down. It's just, it becomes, like my boss used to tell me, becomes a market of stocks, not a stock market. So don't lose all hope. So Egon goes on. As I am writing this on Easter Monday, the Dow is down 1,100 points, or 2.9%, and the NASDAQ is down 3.3%. Anyone who buys the dips will be slaughtered. I agree with them that, but first, a little Chi-Chi. I think we're going to have one more unexpected run. But whether or not he's right now, or it's in 6 months or 3 months or whatever, this is coming. Anyone who buys the dips will be slaughtered. As I have said for a very long time, before this is over, stocks will be down. Wow, he says this. I swear I didn't see this. I didn't see this. This is the first time I saw it. He's the first person that makes me feel not insane. As I have said for a very long time, before this is over, stocks will be down 90 to 99% in real terms, measured against gold, measured against gold. More importantly, this total collapse has very little to do with Trump. Oh, I hate Trump. Oh, I hate Trump. Oh, he's so bad. And don't for a moment believe that gold is overvalued. Do not for a moment believe that gold is overvalued. As many have used conventional technical tools to predict a gold correction, this is Egon von Greiritz, have been saying for a long time that gold is in an acceleration phase and will reach multiples of its current price. Yes, of course, there will be corrections on the way up, but most probably not yet. Thus, the big long. And then he gives a chart which measures the Dow in terms of gold. And I'll show you that chart another time. I don't want to hold you up. The end of a monetary era is always the same, with bubble assets going up in smoke. The end of a monetary era is always the same, with bubble assets going up in smoke. The majority of investors haven't a clue what is happening. They are hanging on to their stocks, hoping that Trump will save them by firing Powell and telling the next chairman of the Fed to lower interest rates. But the time of manipulating rates is over. The market, the bond market, is what he means. The market will now determine rates, which it should always do. And with uncontrollable debt escalation in the United States and in many other countries, the cost of debt can only go one way. The cost of debt can only go in one direction, up. Remember, there is only one buyer of U.S. debt, which is the Federal Reserve. But the Fed can only buy debt if the United States government issues more debt. And therein lies the crux of the matter. More debt must be created in a futile attempt to save the ever-growing and out-of-control finances of the United States. Let me read that again. More debt must be created in a futile attempt to save the ever-growing and out-of-control finances of the United States. This is without doubt the biggest Ponzi scheme in history. Madoff would certainly have enjoyed it. And still, it would have been so easy, as all of this has been totally predictable. To paraphrase Churchill, the more you study history, the more self-evident the future becomes. Still, no government, no central banker, no journalist, and virtually no market student spends any time on learning from the past. Why? Tell me why you lied and why you cried to me. Why, you ask yourself? Well, it is clearly sheer arrogance in believing that we know better today and that we have better tools today. And of course, quote, the times are different today. But they are not and never have been. Every monetary system has collapsed in history. Every monetary system has collapsed in history. And every currency has gone to zero. Every currency has gone to zero without fail. This is Egon von Greiritz. As I witnessed Greenspan's expansionary policy after the property market collapse in the 1990s, and how debt and derivatives quickly continued to grow, I was certain that we were seeing the end of a major monetary system. Yeah, and that's when I started following him then. I had, since the late 1980s, been convinced that gold was the best insurance against yet another coming failure of the monetary system. As major central banks like the UK and Switzerland were selling their gold in the mid to late 1990s, it was clear that we were near the bottom. So we waited until the 1999 gold bottom at $250. $250 at gold in 1999. Are you out of your mind? And confirmation of the gold price recovery in the early 2000s before we bought physical gold. I, Egon von Greiritz, founded Matterhorn Asset Management in 2000. And that's when I remember it, brand name Gold Switzerland. We changed the name to von Greiritz in January 2024 to indicate our long-term commitment to a generational family business built on wealth preservation principles. Look, he put all of his liquid assets into gold at $300 an ounce in 2022, and he's not even looked back. That's the thing. Getting in early gives you such courage, such confidence, such growth of your financial position that it's really easy to ride out the bull market. Getting in later, it's tougher. That's one of the reasons I think silver right, so he gives a little pitch on himself. Back to Trump, the culprit. But everything is, of course, Trump's fault. All the misery hitting the world now is attributable to Trump's capricious actions. Here are just a few examples of how Trump is now wrecking not just the United States, but the whole world economy, according to the general public as well as the media and politicians in most countries. Stocks are crashing, bonds are crashing, rates are up, dollar is crashing, trade wars with daily tit-for-tat, yo-yos swinging tariffs between 10% and 145%, much higher inflation, collapse of global trade, and so on, and so on, and so on. Yes, all of the above is happening and much more, and it's all Trump's fault. But is it really? No, Trump is not the culprit. Instead, Trump happens to be the catalyst. Leaders are instruments of their time, and they appear at the time in the cycle to carry out what was going to happen anyway. That's very Tolstoyan of him. Somebody said in history, I don't remember who it was, Huey Long or Napoleon or somebody. He said, hurry, hurry, there goes my people. I must lead them, because they were going in another direction than he. I have to get in front of them so I can lead them. Just like Thatcher and Reagan, who were the right leaders to lead the upturn in the 1980s, Trump is perfect for creating the havoc and chaos that comes with the end of a major monetary era. What is happening in the United States and in the global economy today, and the total collapse which is about to happen, is not Trump's fault. He just happened to be the right person to execute the inevitable downfall of a major monetary era. But even if it's not his fault, history will unfairly blame him as the villain who brought the world economy down, and thus see him as probably the worst president in history. So it's not the best timing for Mr. Trump. Gold is the only money that has survived in history because it is the only money which is made by nature. Gold has history on its side, 5,000 years as the only surviving currency. And that is enough proof. Let's see where Bitcoin is in 5,000 years. Investors have nowhere to run. Government bonds were seen as good as gold. That's why they were called gilts in the UK. But today they're not worth the piece of paper they are written on. Governments won't even be able to pay the interest on their bonds, and the capital is already lost. And the currency these bonds are issued in is also on its way to zero. It is incomprehensible and irresponsible to hold government bonds today. Investors are guaranteed to lose 100% of their investment, and stocks are likely to lose at least 90% in real terms, which is gold. This is the same with property, private equity, and all other leveraged assets. Gold is the ultimate wealth preservation asset. This is one of the reasons that gold is going up. There is nowhere else to turn for anyone looking for wealth preservation. But of course, gold cannot absorb all the capital which is looking for safety. The coming gold demand can only be satisfied at much, much, much higher prices. Gold is now, for the first time in a long time, gold is now a tier 1 asset. Tier 1 asset. This means that physical gold is, according to the Bank for International Settlement rules, as safe as cash and as safe as government bonds. This is, of course, laughable. As I just explained, cash and government bonds will be worthless. Thus, it is an insult to put gold in the same category as cash and bonds. As we enter the biggest global wealth destruction in history, we will simultaneously witness a long-term revaluation of gold. Gold is the only monetary asset which has survived in history and will, in the coming years, be the only asset which will preserve investors' wealth. Thus, it is important to understand that this is not just another gold rally. This is not just another gold rally. Instead, gold will resume the role that it has historically claimed as nature's money and the only real money that has ever existed. The current re-rating of gold to what it was always meant to be is both historical and fundamental. Gold will be permanently re-rated and revalued, both as a transactional asset, like modern women, and as a wealth preservation asset, like modern dogs, puppy dogs, that every investor must hold. But gold won't be, here's the key, gold will not be just 0.5% of global financial assets as it is today. More likely, gold will be 10% or more. I've been standing on a soapbox for over 25 years, warning about the risks to the financial system and the critical importance of gold for wealth preservation purposes. Few have listened. Few have listened. But now, as gold has gone up 11 to 12x, depending on the currency it's measured in, that's over 20 years. Everyone is talking about gold. There will be gold sellers popping up everywhere, and many without the integrity that investors demand. Only deal with companies who have the highest reputation and have been reputably involved with gold for at least as long as he has. Hold gold in the safest jurisdictions, such as Switzerland and Singapore. Don't hold your gold in the United States, a country who is more likely to take irrational actions. Don't hold your gold in banks. Also, only hold physical gold, which you can access directly in a vault. Many will wonder about silver, and this is where I disagree with Econ, but we'll hear all sides. Yes, silver is likely to go up faster than gold, but silver is more volatile and thus riskier. I agree with that. We recommend 25% silver and 75% gold. And remember that the times ahead are likely to become very difficult. Help your family and friends to whatever extent you can. And pet every puppy dog that you see. Unfortunately, William has a bias against Finger, as has always been. I asked this man if a short squeeze still existed in Finger. He went absolutely crazy. I don't remember winning crazy, but if I did, that I do that sometimes. So you say my bias is against Finger because I went crazy when you asked me, you asked this man about a squeeze in Finger. That's a funny It's a funny summary, Jake. Yesterday, I put out a chart on finger, and Jake, for you, I'll finish on it. I just got to pick the right one. I think it's this one. And this is the chart of finger, Jake. And you say I have a bias against finger. Well, if you see at the top of that green line, August of, what is that, August of 23. That's about when I lost all my money, Jake, going down to do, I think it was that, it might have been the previous year, but I think it was right there. Going down to do a video, a movie in the fight against the shorts. Where are you? They're waiting for you. Are you dead? Are you on the mat? Are you there? They're waiting. Dozens of phone calls. I left my dog at home. I was sitting out having a cup of coffee, and I raced down there. I didn't get back to my desk until 4:15. I didn't watch my account, didn't trade my account. I lost everything in finger. Not strictly that day, the Monday, the morning after, it was all gone. So I learned a little bit of a lesson. I should have said, screw you, I don't have time for the movie. I got to focus on my own situation. But I did also, maybe because of my own experience, specifically in finger, but maybe because of my experience over 3 or 4 decades, I didn't feel good about the price of finger. And if you look from that time, Jake, about 1.5 years ago, finger's done nothing but go straight down. Now you call it a bias against finger, and you said I went crazy. Well, a couple of things. For the last 1.5 years, I don't see finger going up. Do you? The other thing is, for the last 1.5 years or so, I don't see that finger squeezed. Do you? So I guess I went crazy. But the other day, and I will admit that my green line isn't the straightest, and so it exaggerates the breakout, and I didn't do that intentionally. But I said the other day that I think finger motion is finally broken out from a long-term downward trend. I mentioned that the volume has been high Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even today. And I gave my targets, Jake, as sort of 175, I said yesterday. I mean, it's obvious, it's right there, the 200-day moving average. I suggested that it could pull back from there, and it could take 1 or 2 times. But if it broke through 175 with volume and strength, that becomes the support, which will be tested. And that gap, which is the yellow line, Jake, that I drew, again sloppily, but that yellow line basically fills the gap that happened when finger motion raised money with the investment bank out of New York City. That would fill that gap. And when that collapsed, by the way, Jake, I said it was going to take time to recover. And it has. So anyway, if that and that yellow line, the reason I drew it across the page is back 4 years ago, that's where support was when it first ran up to make that pennant. So I think it's significant. I think $2 is significant. I think it's going to be hard to break through. But once it does, I think that becomes support. And then I drew the blue line. I think that's sort of in the 220, 240, 260, even 280 range, but mostly in the 240 range. That will become backing and filling, backing and filling, backing and filling. Rally, back and fill, rally, back and fill, rally, back. But if it breaks through that, and I didn't draw the line, but basically defined by $3, I think that 240, 260, 280 becomes support. And then if it breaks through $3, I think $4 becomes the psychological, but also natural resistance. And I think it'll be a significant challenge to get through that. And then you have between $4 and $7, maybe $8 to work through. That's how I see it. I said, Jake, that I thought the finger motion has about a 5-week time frame to wait for information from the annual report and then the follow-on events. So I thought there was a little bit of time. I also mentioned, and I'll mention it again, that if in fact, for some reason, there are buy-ins, and if in fact the SEC or brokerage firms start demanding settlement, you could see finger motion break out. But I don't see that happening over the next 6 weeks. But it looks darn good to me. I said that, and I do say that. And to hear from that guy, I just showed the chart from Frankie talking about breakouts. I do think finger motion, something's going on right now. And I said that yesterday. I said that last week. I frankly said it when the stock was $1.04. I think that was in February. That the stock is starting to show strength. So I don't appreciate you putting words in my mouth. I think you're wrong, Jake. I think you're wrong. But I've called it as I've seen it. And when the stock was $1.04, I think I said it right out here. If I had money, I'd buy. I didn't have money. But that was, as I recall, was around February. And I think finger motion has a lot higher to go. I've been calling for it to double. And I think even from these levels it could. I'm not convinced there's going to be a short squeeze as a matter of course. If you assume that the SEC, and it looks like Fidelity's in trouble, that there's going to be a massive amount of settlement, well, that changes things. And that could take hold right away. So I just disagree with your premise, Jake. I'm not biased against finger, and I haven't always been. And you at some point in my checkered history asked me if a short squeeze still existed in finger, and apparently I went absolutely crazy. Well, I don't remember when I did that. and I'm not going to do it now. If you're trying to get me to jump on a bandwagon that says finger motion is going to squeeze next week, I'm not your guy. But you might be right, Jake, Neville. And when it does, I'll be glad to join you in going absolutely crazy in a positive way. And thank you, Jake, for joining. You're such a sweetheart. I'll see you guys tomorrow.